The Committee on Budget Appropriations and Finance meeting of June 18th, 2024 is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, can I have the roll call, please?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Present.
Senator Samuel Carrion. Yeah. Senator Blyden present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Here.
Senator DeGraff present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca present. Senator Novelli Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr. absent. Senator Javani James Sr. Senator James present. Senator Donna Fred Gregory.
Here.
Senator Fred Gregory present. Madam Chair, 5 present and 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have established a quorum. Do we have any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, Madam Chair.
You may proceed.
Letter dated June 18, 2024. Addressed to Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, Committee on Budget, Appropriation and Finance, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, Charlotte Amalie, St. Thomas, VI 00804. Dear Chairwoman Fred Gregory, I am writing to extend my sincere apologies for my absence from today's June 18, 2024 Committee on Budget, Appropriation and Finance meeting. Unfortunately, I had a prior engagement that was scheduled before the meeting was announced. I apologize for any inconvenience my absence may cause and assure you that I will review the meeting and follow up on any necessary actions upon my return. Thank you for your understanding and consideration in this matter. Sincerely, Samuel Carrion, Senator of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do you have more?
Yes, Madam Chair.
You may proceed.
Good day, Senator Fred Gregory. In the light of the resignation of Director O'Neill, we kindly ask that OMB's budget hearing be rescheduled for another date. Thank you in advance, Kimika N. Woods, Associate Director, Budget Operation, Office of Management and Budget. That ends the reading of the correspondence, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bear with me 1 second. I just thought I saw an email. 1 second. All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, could you please read today's agenda into the record?
The Committee on Budget, Appropriation and Finance will meet on Tuesday, June 18, 2024 at 9 a.m. in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Chamber to receive testimony on the proposed fiscal year 2025 executive budget of the Government of the Virgin Islands of the United States. Block 1. Office of Management and Budget. Invited testifier, Ms. Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget. Block 2, Department of Finance. Invited testifier, Mr. Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner, Department of Finance. Block 3, VI Public Finance Authority, Office of Disaster Recovery. Invited testifier, Mr. Kevin McCurdy, Executive Director, VI Public Finance Authority. This ends the reading of the agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is what I was looking for. I just received correspondence from the Office of the Governor, and it reads, I'll read it myself because I wasn't able to share it with the clerk. that basically says, Dear Senator Fred Gregory, it says, Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, Dear Senator Fred Gregory, I am requesting an extension of the invitation for the Office of Management and Budget to appear before the Committee on Budget Appropriations and Finance on Tuesday, June 18, 2024, to provide testimony on the financial overview of the department. In light of the resignation of Director O'Neill, we kindly ask that the OMB budget hearing be rescheduled to another date. Thank you in advance. Best regards, Carl Knight, Chief of Staff, Office of the Governor. Okay, so we just received that, and it appears as if Ms. Kamika Woods has been appointed as the Acting Director of the Office of Management and Budget. So then I'm going to ask one of my colleagues to make a motion to remove.
Motion.
Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move to remove from today's agenda in Block 1, Office of Management and Budget. Madam Chair, I move to remove Office of Management and Budget from Block 1 on today's agenda. I so move.
The motion to remove the items in block number 1, the Office of Management and Budget, has been properly moved by Senator Marvin A. Blyden, seconded by Senator Ray Fonseca and Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Hearing no objections, so ordered. All right. Good morning, and thank you for, I guess I need to say good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I got a little show off this morning. Good morning. So today we will hear from the Department of Finance based on the recent changes, and the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority and the Office of Disaster Recovery. And they will all provide testimony in defense of their 2025 budget requests. We do have the members of the Department of Finance here with us this morning. We have Commissioner McCurdy and his team, and they appear to be ready to go. So we're ready as well. So I'm going to ask Commissioner McCurdy to please put his name and title on the record, and then I'm going to ask his supporting cast from my right, your left, to put your name and title on the record. Commissioner McCurdy, you may proceed.
Good morning, Senator. Kevin McCurdy, Department of Finance, Commissioner.
Good morning, Clarena Modest Elliott, Executive Assistant Commissioner, Department of Finance.
Good morning, Lucy Nunez, Director of Treasury, Department of Finance.
Morning, Grace Foy Lindo, Department of Finance, Director of Payroll.
Good morning, Wilfredo Guzman, Deputy Commissioner of Finance.
Good morning, Ebony Serrano, Director of Accounting, Department of Finance.
All right, thank you. Do you have any individuals? Oh, I see someone on St. Croix. You may proceed. Put your name and title on the record.
Good morning, Carrie Henry, Director of Management Information Systems.
Thank you. Is there anyone else there with you on St. Croix? No. Director of Management Information Systems. All right. Thank you. Commissioner McCurdy, you may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you, Senator. Good morning, Committee Chair Senator Donna Fred Gregory, Vice Chair Senator Novell E. Francis, other committee and non-committee members present, the people of the territory, and listening and viewing audience. Good morning. I am Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner of the Department of Finance. Pursuant to your invitation, I appear before you today to present the Department of Finance's budget for the fiscal year 2025, as recommended by the Office of Management and Budget. Accompanying me today are the members of my leadership team, namely Ms. Elliott, Executive Assistant Commissioner, Mr. Guzman, Deputy Commissioner, with direct oversight of human resources and the business administration, Ms. Lucy Nunez, Director of Treasury, Ms. Grace Foy Lindo, Director of Payroll, Ms. Serrano, Director of Accounting and Operations and Financial Reporting, Ms. Carrie Henry, Director of Management Information System, and Mr. Anthony Selkridge, who's running a little late, Director of Government Insurance. Despite our small team, we undertake substantial responsibilities. The challenge of a limited cash flow has significantly impacted vendor payments, thereby affecting our gross receipts and corporate tax collections. Nevertheless, our team worked tirelessly and collaboratively to fulfill the department's mandate outlined in the Virgin Islands Code Title 3, Section 177. Currently, our dedicated team at the Department of Finance is comprised of 62 full-time professionals, 44 on St. Thomas and 15 on St. Croix, of which 33 are classified and 29 are unclassified. Currently, our team executes the department's mandated responsibilities through 7 divisions. Together, we have established the following goals and achieved the following accomplishments. The GVI fiscal year 2021 financial audit was issued on March 15, 2024. FEMA has obligated over $6 million to renovate both the St. Croix and St. Thomas buildings, and we have begun working with architects to design the interior and the interior of the structure to meet future needs. We implemented a fully electronic system for Government Insurance Fund Division, integrated with the Department of Labor to minimize monthly delays in processing payments to injured employees. The Management Information System team has transitioned to the Tyler Identity Workforce Platform, integrating Okata Users Store for enhanced management of enterprise ERP user identity and authentication services, bolstering security with modern protocols. We are working with BIT and OMB to finalize the transparency website and complete merchant services and ExecuTime implementations. The Accounting Division recently conducted a successful training session on object code and expense codes for GVI and end user, facilitating the efficient review of invoices. Vendor payments are being managed diligently to ensure adequate cash flow to settle outstanding invoices. Urgent attention is being directed towards fund balance reconciliation and quarterly closing to address critical financial matters promptly. The payroll department has been proficient in executing timely biweekly payrolls, 941s, and W-2 processes, ensuring accurate posting of payroll transactions. However, the department needs more staff, and particularly when handling additional tasks such as processing retroactive and other premium payments. Treasury operations maintain stringent cash management controls to prevent checks from being issued against non-sufficient funds, safeguarding financial integrity. To improve the timeliness and accuracy of revenue reports, the Accounting and Treasury Division will collaborate to close the cash receipt payment entry module at the GVI agency level by the 5th business day of the following month. By the 10th business day, Treasury reconciliation analysts will review transactions on bank activity report, make necessary adjustments, and ensure that general fund journal entries are completed. Reports will be generated and submitted by the 15th business day of the following month to maintain transparency and accountability in financial reporting. The Treasury Division faces several challenges, including delayed entry posting, training needs, and federal regulations. Some agencies post entries after month-end closing, disrupting financial reporting timeliness and accuracy. The division has provided training on an agency-by-agency basis, offering various options, including on-site, virtual, or hybrid sessions. We aim to improve the number of findings and qualifications in the annual audit reports and ensure the timely issuance of financial statements by GVI and component units by working with department and agencies to implement corrective action plans. We developed a plan with our auditors to conduct and complete fiscal year 2022 and 2023 audit within an 8-month timeline. We will continue to provide ERP training to all staff and GVI as a whole, with a focus on making GVI audit ready. We engage in weekly communication with departments to increase the efficiency of federal drawdowns and reconciliation of federal grants receivables. We are working to improve employee morale through engagement programs. We will implement a central payment processing system before the ending of FY 2025. The Office of the Commissioner within the Department of Finance is working closely with the Accounting Division, central government agencies, and component units to fulfill our basic financial and single audit obligations. We are committed to issuing financial audits for fiscal year 2022 and 2023 by December 31st, 2024. Additionally, we are collaborating with the Office of Management and Budget and third-party stakeholders to facilitate our exit from receivership. As part of this process, we are updating our financial policies and aim to finalize these updates by the conclusion of fiscal year 2024. The Commissioner's Office. The Office of the Commissioner plays a crucial role in providing leadership and support to the departments and divisions and day-to-day operations. Under its umbrella, the Business Office, the Board of Tax Review, and Facilities Management work in harmony to ensure efficient handling of agency requests. Our collaboration with external auditors, actuaries, and consultants in managing the GVI audit demonstrates our commitment to thoroughness and accuracy. We are dedicated to effectively communicate with our federal partners to address issues affecting the GVI and our regular submission of reports to FEMA showcases our proactive engagement in disaster recovery efforts. The ongoing project design at St. Thomas and St. Croix are a testament to our continuous commitment to progress and development. Accounting and operations and financial reporting. The accounting division is one of the core units of the government of the Virgin Islands, providing essential support to other units and agencies and departments by monitoring the general fund ledger where all transactions are posted. As a crucial support unit, it continually educates key fiscal personnel on best practices and how to run reports to analyze data within the ERP system. Despite its extensive reach within the GVI, the day-to-day focus is on accounts payable, invoice processing, fund balance reporting, creation of general ledger codes, allotment processing, and preparation of financial reports to support audits. Under the directorship of the accounting director, the division coordinates and supports the year-end process. The division is comprised of 3 main units: accounts payable, general ledger, and capital asset. Each unit provides technical support to the department and agencies to ensure that transactions are posted accurately and efficiently. The division is committed to improving the timeliness of transactions and works closely with agencies. As the accounting division continues to enhance its policies and procedures, it emphasizes timely and accurate invoice entry to impact the general ledger positively. Agencies are encouraged to measure the timeliness and accuracy of invoice entries alongside approval to further improve efficiency across the board. MIS, Management Information System Division, manages and maintains the Department of Finance Information Technology resources, data processing and technical support services of the government's ERP system, and the standardized automated time and attendance system stats. In an effort to mitigate the risk of destruction and harden our ERP system, the MIS division migrated the ERP system to Tyler software as a service. Technical support for the ERP and stats include resolving daily calls and emails sent to the help desk by users, employees, and vendors, across the territory, enrolling employees on the time clock, and implementing recommended system upgrades to ensure the government of the Virgin Islands has business continuity 24/7 and in times of disaster. Data processing support services include processing check runs for payroll and vendors and tax documents for employees and vendors. Treasury. The Division of Treasury is tasked with a myriad of revenue and cash management responsibilities. The division records and manages revenue disbursements, disperse checks issued by the government of the Virgin Islands, charged with the reconciliation of the government bank accounts, and perform limited audit functions surrounding cash collections. Currently, the division comprises 17 members, led by the Director of Treasury. The staff review an average of 22,000 cash receipt entries in the Tyler Munis ERP system monthly. Untimely reporting by GVI agencies, however, impedes the staff's ability to enter consistent month-end adjustments and complete proper bank reconciliations. In addition to this strenuous task, the team is responsible for making interbank transfers and ensuring appropriate posting required to sustain government-wide operations. The Treasury Division is moving towards automated functionalities, which will facilitate rapid reconciliations. This process, once fully developed, will substantially improve reporting criteria of accuracy and timeliness. Furthermore, as a collaborative effort, the Treasury, Accounting, and Payroll divisions are working with government agencies, boards, and semi-autonomous entities to ensure complete fund balances. In reference to the federal expenditure and drawdown reconciliation, the Treasury Division ensures that agencies who benefit from federal grant adhere to standard operating processes and procedures 710, 711, and 712, which overall indicate that once federal expenditures exist and the obligation is met, then the federal drawdown or receivable must be completed immediately. This practice reduces the dependency on local funds. Adherence to these SOPs assists with the reducing cash constraints and improving cash management. As a result, Federal Reconciliation Team is working with OMB Compliance Unit to align these standards to the codes of federal regulations. Central Payroll. The Central Payroll Division is responsible for processing of all payroll-related transactions and reporting for the executive, legislative, judiciary branches of government, as well as specific boards and commissions. Additionally, this division is tasked with managing and ensuring the accuracy of payroll ERP module, leave balances within both the stats and the ERP system, coordination with and reporting to the Virgin Islands Bureau of Internal Revenue, Internal Revenue Services, Social Security, and Government Employee Retirement System. Government Insurance, Office of the Custodian. Created in 1941, the Government Insurance Fund was created at the dawn of the industrial transition of the Virgin Islands from an agrarian society to an industrial and later computerized society. With two locations, one each on St. Thomas and St. Croix, it is the sole provider of workers' compensation to all employers operating in the U.S. Virgin Islands. The purpose, function, mission of the fund is to provide all employers insurance against liability that occurs to employees injured on the job and ensuring that those parties eligible to receive benefits receive them. This is accomplished with a staff of 7 employees, 3 on St. Thomas and 4 on St. Croix, and a director presently stationed on St. Croix. With the adoption and implementation of a computerized insurance
Finance come up with these numbers, you know.
of a computerized insurance company software package provided by the Inventive Technology. By Inventive Technology, the accepting, reviewing, rating, quoting, pricing, and issuance of policy has improved immensely for both the fund and our counterparts at the Department of Labor, the Claims Division. With over 4,000 employers, the staff is stretched to its limits to complete each of the above-mentioned functions with each customer within a 90-day window, January through March 31st each year. The Board of Tax Review. The Board of Tax Review processes formal real property tax appeals and resolve disputes regarding the tax assessor's valuation of property taxes. Currently, there are 4 vacancies on the Board of Tax Review, 1 on St. Thomas, 2 on St. Croix, and 1 on St. John. In accordance with Title 3, Chapter 11, Section 180 of the Virgin Islands Code, members serve a 2-year term and shall continue to serve until the appointment and qualification of a successor. The office currently has 18 property tax appeals pending court determination. Pending appeals are as follows: 2024, St. Thomas 14, St. John 1, St. Croix 3. The Board of Tax Review continues to work diligently to address real property tax appeals in a timely manner. The Department of Finance fiscal year 2025 budget recommendation of $14,060,207 include funding from the General Fund, Government Insurance, and the Indirect Cost Fund. The budget breakdown is as follows. The General Fund, $12,982,360. Government Insurance, $969,347. Indirect costs, $108,500 for a total of $14,060,207. The proposed appropriation is broken down as follows. Personnel, the fiscal year 2025 total budget under this category to fund 62 full-time positions, including the 5 vacancies. General fund is $3,438,695. Government insurance, it's $412,205. Fringe benefits, projected fringe benefits for fiscal year 2025 are $1,625,500. This amount covers employee portion of Social Security, Medicare, contributions to the government employers' retirement system, and contributions to the group health insurance. Supplies. Within the supplies category, funding is for office and operating supplies, repair and maintenance supplies. Projected revenues are $348,491. Broken down by that further broken down, general fund of $263,500 and government insurance of $84,991. Other services and charges. The total projected cost in this category is $1,720,073. Expenditures include professional services, security guard services, training initiatives, travel, communication services, and repairs and maintenance services. For fiscal year 2025, the miscellaneous budget requests in the amount of $5,959,743 was merged within this budget category, resulting in the evident increase in the general fund requests. Utilities, proposed utility costs is $300,000. The estimated cost is inclusive of utility, electric, and water costs for the Leroy Quinn complex on St. Croix. Capital outlays, the anticipated expenditure for this category, $147,000. The department continues its effort to upgrade its aging technical resources and building infrastructure in both districts. $47,000 would be used to upgrade the outdated servers to minimize the risk of cyber attacks and assist in responding effectively to new threats. The Department of Finance exercised custodial management over several other funds. Projected transfer as contributions for those funds for fiscal year 2025 are as follows. The Caribbean Basin Initiative, $8.5 million, VI Lottery, $950,000, Transportation Trust Fund, $5 million, Insurance Guarantee Fund, $8 million. As I conclude my presentation, honorable senators, the challenge of managing financial resources remains constant. However, the department intends to remain fiscally conscious and prudent of our use of financial resources. We appreciate your favorable consideration of the proposed fiscal year 2025 budget as recommended. This support will allow us to continue our efforts to execute the department's mandate as we work to restore and build a more resilient territory. This concludes my presentation, and my team and I are ready to address any inquiry you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner McCurdy, for your testimony. Colleagues, we are going to a 4-minute round with the Department of Finance, but I want to take this opportunity to introduce our summer intern, Miss Miss Kyle Correa, who's here with us, this summer. Please stand. Could you put the mic, the media, could you put the camera on her so they can see her? Come closer, come. We want them to see you. Okay. One more pass, media. All right. Here she go. There she go. There she go. All right. So I hope that you learn a lot this summer and you would enjoy your time with us. All right. All right. So colleagues, we're going to go to instead of 4-minute round. I just need to ask: did you receive a copy of the post-audit report?
Not yet, no. Well, we did right now, just now.
You just received it. Okay. Yeah. So we're going to ask again, please ensure that the departments receive their post-audit reports at least the day before. The evening before, it's just fair to them to get a copy of the post-audit report so they can follow along, because a lot of times we base our questions on the report, and we do have discrepancies in the report, so you would have the opportunity to tell us whether or not, what the discrepancies are, and whether or not what we're presenting from our end is in line with what you're seeing in the recommendation or book or your expenditures to date. Okay, so that brings me to, you did review the budget that was sent down by the governor for the Department of Finance, correct?
That's correct.
And I asked that question because it seems like the numbers are off, and I'm here trying to add up. I'm having a hard time, so we're gonna have to go back to come forward. So your appropriations for FY24 personnel listing, your numbers add up for everything except your personnel. So did you receive salary increases in fiscal year 24?
Yes, we did.
Okay, do you by any chance have what that amount represented? Because I think that's where there is a difference in our numbers. I think that's what's creating the discrepancies, salary increases.
Not at the point.
Please recognize the mic of the testifiers.
Wilfredo Guzman, Deputy Commissioner. We don't have it at this moment, but we can provide it to you as we get it.
Okay, so that's something we're going to need to get because our numbers and your numbers are not jiving, but I suspect that we do set aside funding for salary increases under the, I think is miscellaneous, under the Office of Management and Budget.
Correct.
So those would naturally roll up into your department once the increases are implemented by the agencies. So that'll help us to have a better perspective. So please forward to the committee. So that's the first ask. Okay, forward to the committee your salary increases for fiscal year 24. All right, so we're going to proceed with the questions from my colleagues. So we're going to start with Senator Blyden. Senator Blyden, you recognize. Actually, I'm going to go to 5 minutes. Senator Blyden, you recognize for your 5 minutes. Oh, and before you go, I think I'm seeing Vice Chair of this committee, Senator Novalee Francis Jr. Please mark Senator Francis Jr. as present. Thank you. You may proceed, Senator Blyden.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, viewing, listening audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning, Commissioner McCurdy and your supporting management team there with you in the well, and also your other team members in the chamber. And thank you for your testimony. To start my line of questioning, I'm going to go to the post-audit report. So I just need a clarification. On page 3 of 20, there is a large discrepancy in respect to the general fund of some 40%. So can you explain what represents that $9.2 million discrepancy in the post-audit report? Page 3 of 20.
Clarina Modest Elliott, Executive Assistant Commissioner, Department of Finance. We had some contracts, multi-year contracts, and we were budgeting for the multiple years. And so we have reduced some of them to just 1 year. And so that has to do with that, the variance you're referring to.
So,
So for example, if we have a contract for 3 years, $100,000 for each year. So we budgeted $300,000 versus just $100,000.
but I do not believe it can be done that way because it's an annual budget. So that need to be, you have to find a way to correct that. In addition, let me ask you, because a major part of this is $9.5 million in other services and charge. What's included in that category, other services and charge?
Professional services.
Can you speak into the mic, please?
Professional services, repair, maintenance. DC, you want to assist me with that?
Yes, so the professional services are $3,676,748, and that's auditing, maintenance, accounts payable, data processing, and data archiving, and also the government insurance preventive system.
Okay, very well. Let me ask you, in addition though, in respect to your staffing, because how many vacancies do you have? 6?
5.
5. Of those 5 vacancies, how much of those are considered critical? And which department are the vacancies are in?
So they're all critical, and I think it's spread across each division. We've had
Which division? Can you tell me quickly?
We know exactly what.
We have one in the Division of Treasury, and we also have one in the Commissioner's Office, but we're working to get them filled before the end of the fiscal year.
What are you doing to get them filled?
Right now we have...
And how long have they been vacant?
They've been vacant for approximately, I would say, half of the year, but we are working tirelessly to fill them. Right now, on Thursday, we do have interviews. We also hired 3 employees, so we actually had 8 vacancies, so we filled 3, and now we're down to 5, and we have interviews on Thursday for a position in the Treasury Division.
Okay, very well. I know Commissioner McCurdy, you spoke also as to working toward improving employee morale through engagement programs. What, on a scale from 1 to 10, what would you say your employee morale is at the
1 minute.
Truthful answer,
Yeah.
depending on who you ask and depending on what day.
I want your answer, and based
My
on your
answer-
observation since you got there and where you're at now.
Employee morale could use some improvement. I don't think it's lost on any of us that folks are doing their best, but need for us to meet them halfway. Part of how we're doing that is just we have this Health as Well program, encouraging folks to try to find a work-life balance,
30 seconds.
eat healthy, get some exercise.
And finally, before my time is called, I want to go to what I've heard in your testimony more than 7 times, reconciliation. And you spoke to reconciliation in terms of doing it properly, etc. Can you expand on that, please, on what you're really doing to address that? Because that's a major part of your operation, and that's very critical to your operation and to the government of the Virgin in terms of funds and timely posting, etc. Can you speak to that, please?
Yeah, so
Time.
we've had the unfortunate situation of our systems, I think the bank system upgrading, where we were able to have a quick reconciliation, it was automated. I think our system had upgraded and we didn't follow with the upgrade. So that meant that the reconciliation efforts were now more manual. Not having enough people to go through, because it's literally looking for a needle in a haystack. You have over 100 transactions and you have to then kind of find them and put them together. It takes a lot of time. What we've done is working with E&Y, kind of working on automating that process where you can use Excel, Microsoft, and be able to reconcile those numbers way more quickly so that folks are spending more time looking at the why and not the how to put this together.
How close are you in completing that process, automation process? How close are you? How far are you? How long are you?
We're not far. We've started it, but it's not ready for the.
What the timeline? Anticipated timeline?
I want to say in about a week.
Very well.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, again, I want to thank you for your responses. I look forward to having more discussions in respect to your department because you play a critical role in this government. And thank you so much for your time, and thank you so much, Madam Chair, for your consideration and leniency.
Thank you, Senator Bladen. Commissioner, you asked for one of your team members to join you in the well. Could you put his name on the record?
Anthony Selkridge, Director of Government Insurance.
Sergeant at Arms, could you please bring...
Would you like him here or
in the well? Thank you. Mr. Silgridge, put your name and title on the record for the stenographer.
Good morning. Anthony Selkridge, Director, Government Insurance Fund.
Thank you. All right, so do you have a HR director?
We do not at the moment.
So you don't have a lead HR person?
We do. Mr. Guzman is filling that role.
Okay. And I asked the question because I see that you have in the post-audit report, I see that you have an HR coordinator and it says new. Is that a new position?
Yes.
So what are your HR positions that you have in finance?
Right now, we only have a HR generalist. So we're working with a capacity of only one person besides myself. So this is why we're trying to get an additional body so we can expedite and efficiently have things done in the HR department.
Okay, so let me go back. So the person that, because there was a young lady that worked with y'all before, what was her title?
That was Rochelle Benjamin, and she was the business office and human resources affair.
I see.
So she served as the director of human resources, and she retired.
Okay. So do you have a director of?
No. Of HR? No.
So you have a director of business affairs? Your internal business affairs?
No, we have a generalist and Mr. Guzman.
No, that's not what I'm asking. So outside of your work that you do for the government, you have your departmental operations. Who's responsible for your departmental operations? What position title is responsible for that?
Right now, it's the deputy commissioner.
But I understand because it's vacant, but what is that title? I'm trying to figure out if it's here in this personal listing.
No, it's
You
not.
understand?
No, it's not.
It's not. So we're doing away with the business office director, and we're gonna allow DC Guzman to have oversight over the business office and try to get a HR person to deal with just the HR affairs.
Correct.
Okay, so Deputy Commissioner Guzman, what is what's your current role outside of adding this additional responsibility?
I also have oversight of the facilities.
Okay.
So I'm working with Office of Office of Recovery, as well as the FEMA component from Vitima, to ensure that our projects to resurface the.
So you are basically the operations person?
Correct.
Okay, got it. So what you're proposing makes sense. So you're looking for you have an HR generalist currently on staff.
Yes.
And
correct.
you're looking to hire a human resources coordinator to support DC Deputy Commissioner Guzman.
Correct.
That's accurate?
Correct.
Okay, I wanted to make sure I was clear on that. And how many employees do you have?
62 total.
62?
Yeah.
And of that 62, if you added the 5, or it's 62 is inclusive of the vacancies?
Inclusive of
It's
the
inclusive.
vacancies.
So it's inclusive of the vacancies. Okay, all right, got it, thank you. Senator Javon James, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. I know earlier you mentioned about the post-audit report and asking if they received it. However, we have here the Treasury Division, which is on page 11 of 20, and it speaks to the government's cash management policies, manages the day-to-day operations, and disseminates all vendor payment checks and provides administrative support for all activities within the division. So my question is regarding the government's cash management policies. When last have we updated those policies, and specifically for what areas or which areas?
Good day. The mic is not on? Yes, it is. Good day, Director of Treasury, Lucy Nunez. Thank you for your question, Senator. Currently, we're working on the SOPPs mentioned, 710, 711, and 712, with a focus on federal reconciliations. The turnaround time for reviewing the SOPPs should be every 2 years, if I'm not mistaken. And so we're in the works of making sure that we bring that data up to date with proper accounting principles and procedures, keeping those in mind.
And just for clarity, when you say we, you mean in the entire division, or you have a specific team set just for that?
Currently, I have the pleasure of welcoming Assistant Director of Treasury, Brenda Carty. So that will be a collaborative effort between her and I.
And just give some more insight. I want to go a little deeper. When you say the government's cash management policies, That's all throughout central government, or just for specific departments and agencies, or just for your division?
No. This is government-wide.
I figured so. And I'm not going to say much, but I just know that with all what's going on, I know we would have to revisit that. But I just want to make sure that that conversation is being had, and like you said, every 2 years. So you said every 2 years. So when was the last time you said?
I'll have to look at the SOPPs on the website to determine the last date, but this is supposed to be a work in progress, currently as we speak, an active item on our agenda.
And if there's anyone within the Treasury Division who is specifically tasked with staying on top of that, who would that person be? You?
Well, it'll be overseen by me, but then I'll have to delegate with my small team of 7.
7 is a good number, it's a holy number, so you have
But we need help.
yeah. As far as cyber security, I'm not sure. I know all throughout government we have seen an increase in funding or the need for cyber security. My question to the Department of Finance, I know you have on page 6 of the post-audit report upgrades, training, and maintenance with a budget of $820,000. That has nothing to do with cybersecurity, right? That's just regular maintenance and upgrades?
Correct. BIT is in charge of cybersecurity, so the amount reflected is just for regular maintenance and repairs.
Okay, and when you speak about upgrades, have you had any recent upgrades? And if so, can you just highlight it? Because I realize that that amount is consistent every year. So I know you guys have to have some idea of that calculation and what upgrades would be, unless it's just for upgrades, training, and maintenance. You have any specific upgrades you're doing right now?
Ms. Henry?
Carrie Henry, Director of Management Information Systems. The upgrade that we have planned is for server upgrades. Those are hopefully
1 minute.
Another year or within a year. And in terms of the ERP system and the stats database, we do maintain that in the cloud on a regular basis.
Thank you for placing that on the record. And as far as the cloud, I'm assuming that everything is moving to a digital format or platform, or do we still
30
maintain a balance
seconds.
of hard copies within Department of Finance? A mixture, right?
That would be correct.
But we're making sure that we're backing up all those documents and what have you, right?
Exactly. All documents that are saved on our servers are backed up throughout the day and overnight to the cloud.
Thank you. And on page 7 of the post-audit report in the miscellaneous section for FY 2024 appropriation, we have a transfer to school construction of a total of $5 million in FY 2024.
Time.
Can somebody just explain to me in more details when it comes to the transfer to school construction?
Senator, we have to research that because that was one of the questions we had when we looked at the post-auditor's analysis, so we'd have to look into it and get back to you.
Okay, I don't want to abuse my time. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. Hopefully by the ending of the hearing, we can rectify that, because anything to do with school, construction, and education, count me in. I need to know what's going on. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Senator, what page did you see that on? Page 7?
Page 6. Wait, page 7 of the post-audit report in the miscellaneous section.
Page 7 of 20?
Yes.
Am I looking at something else? Is it page
Let's say
6?
it pays the wrong stuff. But it's in the miscellaneous section. If I gave you the wrong page number, I apologize, but it's in the miscellaneous section.
Page 6.
Okay, so this is the issue, and this is the little frustration that we have. This really has nothing to do with finance. This has everything to do with how this budget book.
Page 6.
Found it, Senator. This has everything to do with how the budget is presented. It's very confusing. These items here are not the responsibility of the Department of Finance. This is part of one of the special funds. Not sure why they listed the way they listed it in the budget book. So the post-audit staff basically regurgitated what came down in the budget book for FY 2025. We've noted that this, and we haven't said anything about it, but since it came up, we might as well say it. This 2025 executive budget does not have, the information is not rolled up. We have to calculate everything ourselves. This is a very, very difficult, I don't know if they changed the vendor. I'm not certain what the issue is, but the information in this book is very misleading. And I'll tell you why. So as the senator was speaking, this budget book says that the Department of Finance's budget for FY 2024-5 is 43,488,798. That's what this book says. And we all know that Department of Finance's budget is somewhere closer to $13 to $12 million, right? But how this book represented it is the funds that we use to assist us with building our budget for the different agencies, inclusive of finance. For instance, $8 million for the Insurance Guarantee Fund, $950 that we receive from the Virgin Islands Lottery, $5 million for the Transportation Fund that goes to the Department of Public Works, $8.5 million on page 16 of the post-audit report from the Caribbean Basin Initiative Fund, and on to the tune of $22.6 million. That's included in the Department of Finance's numbers. So it appears as if your budget has been inflated by 52%. So we have to scrub all of this because the information that came from OMB, I don't know what happened here. That's all I could say. So we just have to pay close attention to it. So that's what the issue is, Senator. The post-audit report, if you look at it, it should tell you. It should have said that these items are listed in the budget book, but are not related to the Department of Finance's budget that they're here to defend today. So that's what the issue is. So, hopefully we'll get this. I mean, every year you're seeing these changes, but it's not changes in a budget as the budget is presented, but it's not changes for the better. Let me just ask a question, Commissioner McCurdy, before I go to the next senator. I noticed that this year, and this is something that I've been beating the drum on since I've sat in this seat, and before, that I've looked at your fund balances, and I've seen now that many of the fund balances appear to be in the black. I don't know. I need to ask you what type of work that you all did to get to this place where we're seeing the GL numbers looking very different that's associated with your fund balances.
Thank you for the question, Senator. So part of what we've done is we know we had to make a choice. Either we fix the entire thing or we attack the front end first and then go to the back. So front end meaning the last 3 years as is reported on the fund. What we've done is make sure that all the revenues are posted and the expenditures, they just come through. We're also working with Tyler Munis to make sure that the revenues, as they wait in that pending phase until we are able to post them, they're hitting the GL, so it's reflected in those fund balances when we pull them. So that's part of the reason why you're seeing that more realistic depiction of our funds. Now, we'd have to go back and look at those brought forward balances, because that happened a while ago. But we are working. I think we've narrowed it down to one consultant now, who we're going to have go through those funds and make sure that they're accurate. The balances are accurate.
So you have to go back to the brought forward balances.
Yes.
Well, I'll tell you that I have to commend you because I became a senator in 2019, and this is a conversation that we've been having since then. It was very frustrating to see these book balances coming before us in instances where we're actually budgeting from them, where the numbers, the balances, or the available amount were in the red. So I have to commend you for listening. So, our concerns are not in vain. You recognize the critical importance of addressing this, and I think I heard you say that you are looking to bring someone on, a consultant, to help you to reconcile these, where you could bring the balances forward and do the necessary adjustments.
Absolutely.
That's clear.
Absolutely.
And when do you intend to bring that person on, or that entity
Have we
on?
decided?
Not yet, but they're ready to start whenever. Not yet. We just finalized. That's Clarina Modeste Elliott. We just finalized, and so we haven't informed the person as yet.
When you say finalize, you just finalize, what's finalized? So we had three individuals.
So you just chose a vendor?
We chose somebody, and then we're going to.
So you have to work on a contract. So based on that window, when do you realistically see a timeline to begin the work? Because this work will take some time.
It's going to take some time. So, and to be honest, part of the approach came from a discussion that we've had, where we decided to, you encouraged us to look at the funds that we budget on, and that's the approach first. Sorry. Okay. So we're going to look at those funds, but I think we're taking 10 at a time. Mm-hmm. So we're going to go with the first 10. So it will take long, the entire process, but immediately we're focusing mostly on the funds that we budget on. So I'm thinking once we can get that finalized, we should be started. I don't want to be too optimistic, but we should at least have 10 funds, hopefully, completed by the start of 2025.
Okay, and at some point, we have to have a deep dive discussion about not only our fund balances, but how do we put these funds in different bank accounts, different buckets, so we can, clearly be able to reconcile easier. It's very difficult when everything is dumped into one account. I mean, in order for you to be successful, we have to make changes within those buckets.
Absolutely.
Yes. Okay. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Yes. Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair, and pleasant good morning to the listening audience, colleagues. We give thanks and praises to the Most High, blessings. This group, Department of Finance, that's before us today, you can see they are hardworking and very skillful. I see there you have Miss Joanne Myers-Reimer with Miss Reimer, not Myers. Sorry, I mispronounced. I think it's Joanne Myers. But this group is a very hard-working group. I spent a lot of time at finance. My mother used to work at finance. And in those days, right, finance was actually the big department because OMB was there, GERS was there, property tax was there, IT was there. As a matter of fact, personnel was right across the street. That's where you used to go to take your exam. Sometimes we change so much and, you wonder if you've actually improved. I know you're responsible for the interbank transfers, capital assets, and the fund balances. I think OMB, they tell us the fund balance is not the same as the cash balance and thing. I never really understood that. But I want to ask you some questions here with the audits and what year are we in right now? You coordinate the whole government audit still? And
yes.
Are we up to date? give me a little report on the status of the audits.
So we're not up to date, unfortunately, but we're hoping to get up to date by the end of this year. We have completed the FY 2021 audit.
Okay, Commissioner, you have a real nice personality. You're professional, but I remember some of the finance people, Miss Francois Bernice Turnbull and thing. Those was when they talk. Even the governor used to shut up because they were running things. The Treasury, the federal expenditures reconciliation. You still do the drawdowns, right? You do the drawdowns.
The agencies that would do the drawdown.
Okay, but what's your involvement? Once the drawdown is done, you cut the check?
Yes. Well, we cut the checks and then wait for the drawdown to release the checks.
Okay. Off the record, I'm going to have to ask you about some human services issues because I have a lot of problems with their spending plan, but we'll get back to that. Okay, so you have 62 full-time employments. I want to ask you here in your professional services, you have an expenditure here for fiscal 23, $3,236,776. What's that?
Sorry.
In your budget here and for the recommended is $3,676,748. On page, that's actually in the budget book from OMB, page 325. Page 325 on the top in the budget book. And also the BBO audit on page 26, 2,400, that $2,400,000, that's how much, that's a contract for the audits. And I want to know up to what year those are covering. You found it?
Yes, so the professional services for the $3,676,748 is comprised of auditing, maintenance, accounts payable, data processing, data archiving,
1 minute.
And the Ventive system for the government insurance.
Okay, and then on page 326, you have another BDO audit. What is that? That's another audit for 2.4 million. What's that? On page 326.
Two more quarters, all right.
Page 326 of the budget book, OMB.
That's part of our audit professional services.
Okay, so
30 seconds.
it's 3.6 plus 2.4 million, 3.6 million plus 2.4, that's what you're telling me?
No.
Okay, well, tell me what the 2.4 is then. That's another audit? What
No,
is
that's specific to BDO. I think part of...
Okay, so they, of the 3.6, 2.4 million goes to them.
There you are.
Exactly.
Okay, I got you.
Correct.
Okay, real quick here before my time is called. The year-end closeout process, do you still allow people to submit the invoices of items that are to be expended? We call it the encumbrance. Do you still utilize the encumbrance procedure? Madam Chair, can I just be allowed to finish? Do you still utilize the encumbrance procedure?
Good day. Mike? Good day, Ebony Serrano, Director of Accounting. Yes, we still use purchase orders. They're approved through the requisition process at the Department of Property and Procurement. And we have the pleasure of making the final approval on those invoices through a liquidation process, as well as canceling the purchase orders as they need to be canceled.
Okay, so Commissioner, that process, I want you to give me your thought process. Say a department has $5 million to buy some major equipment. They haven't spent it. They send you an encumbrance invoice for $5 million. Is that the way you want it to be done? I mean, going forward, is that a good way financially for the VI government to operate?
So I think part of the... I hope I'm understanding your question. I think part of the issue that we have is not folks having the budget to spend. It's us having the cash to satisfy those requests for payment. So if you have $5 million, it may not mean that we have $5 million at the time. I think that's part of the issue. But if you put it in and then you have the person do the work, then we're now obligated to make those payments. Now, it's hitting us where it hurts in the when we're paying using current year funds to pay prior year expenses, and we're left with an aging that is ballooning because we've used up all of the monies that we've collected in the current year to satisfy vendor payments that were from previous years. It's only fair that we pay those people because they did perform the services or provided the goods that we needed. So that is essentially my issue with encumbrances. It commits us to make payments that we don't necessarily always have the cash to support.
And thank you, Madam Chair, for the time, and a special thank you to all the finance employees, because the government employees haven't missed a payroll and who knows. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Senator Fonseca. So the supplies category of the FY25 recommendation budget says $406,991. That's what we're seeing in the budget book. Your request is $348,491, inclusive of the government insurance fund. Why are we seeing that difference? What is it that we missed? If you look at the are you seeing that?
Sorry, we're in the budget book, the page in the budget book.
So what we had to do, based on how this budget book is presented, we had to go to all of these activity centers to add up the budget that's presented, which is just horrible. Okay? We have to sit here and add all of these up. There is no summary page that identifies clearly the breakdown of the FY 2025 budget for the respective departments. We have to add each activity center, the officer, the commissioner, just everything. We have to add everything up. So when we add it up, it comes to 412. You may have gotten a different number. So I can't even hold you to it. Because honestly, this is going to be quite an experience with this as we go through this budget cycle for 25. Because we do not have a summary page. And I am going to ask the Post-Audit Division Director to write a letter to the Office of Management and Budget and kindly ask them to submit the breakdown of every department and agency. We should not have to be adding these up, because then, we shouldn't have to be adding these up. That's bottom line. So the budget as presented does not have a detail of each category. You see it in some instances, and in other instances you don't. And this department is one of them. I'm sorry. Did you notice that in the budget book? You have to add them up.
You have to add them up, yes.
It's just so when we add it up, we come back to 46991. When you presented, you come back to 348,491.
46.
You see the problem? Yes.
Full disclosure, I think part of what I presented needs updating, because the information that we have, it does come to
$406,991.
So I think there was an issue with the version of the testimony that I provided, just to be quite honest.
So I'm glad that I brought it up, because so what we need to get from you, because this other services and charges category, so I'm going to move on from your supplies. You are asking, though, for a increase in your supplies category for FY24 of 66%. So one, you need to justify why. Why do you need an increase in that category? And then, I think Senator Blyden asked this before. There is your other services and charges category, and again, we have to add these up. The appropriations says 800,000. When you look in the budget book, it says 17 million. And that again is because of what I said earlier. All those numbers, all those special funds that's not associated with you, they have included it in the budget book as if it's part of your budget. We gotta do better than this. Yeah. So your supplies over the past 3 fiscal years was 245,000, give or take. This year, what's recommended is 46991. Okay? So that's 161,000 difference between this current 2024. So we would need to get a justification from you. What is the need for the increase in your supplies category?
Okay.
Do you know?
So I know part of it, but that would have been last year as well, where we're including GIF because they were on the government insurance fund, but now they're on the general fund on the.
That's included in the. That can't be it. The government insurance fund amount is 84,991.
No, it's not.
So you have to send back the justification.
Absolutely. Okay.
For your supplies. Like, we're having the same conversation with everybody.
Fair enough.
This is very frustrating, I have to tell you. And then what we also going to need from you, a breakdown of your other services and charges category. I know that Mr. Guzman shared with us that, what was the amount you had for professional services proper?
$3,676,748.
Okay, so the recommendation that came down to the legislature is 7.6 million. 7.6 million, so that's a difference of 4 million.
Yeah.
Higher. So we need, under your other services, professional services is not the only thing. So we would need for you to provide the breakout of what else is it that you need, because the information that we have, we could go through this. I'm going to go to the next senator, but I'm going to prepare you to go through this description of the professional services that's currently provided. I'll go to the next senator and then we'll come back to that. But we need to be clear on what are those items that, what are those contracts, transactions that are part of your operational expenses. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. So who got the raises that you said weren't reported? Who received those raises from last year?
Who?
You said people received raises. Who? Yeah.
The individuals, both union and non-union.
Yeah, well, tell me who. Union, non-union, who received the raises? Anybody?
Yeah.
Who?
Do you want me to name them, list them off?
No. That's what I'm saying. Are they unionized persons? Are
Both.
they non-unionized?
Both union and
okay,
yes.
so which unionized person received?
Which
what union was it?
USW.
Okay, so they're current in the wages and everybody receiving the monies.
Yes.
Okay, so who else got raises? Unclassified persons?
Yes.
Okay, what percentage raises they got?
I think it varied.
It varied?
Yeah.
Okay, because in your 25 acts, you're asking for $3.8 million personal services, and your fringe benefits is $1.6 million.
Yeah.
In the 24 2024 budget, you were asking for 3,200,000 personnel services and fringe benefits 1,400,000. In the 24 budget, you're looking at about 44.5% fringe. In your 25, you're looking at about 42% fringe. It went down. Your fringe gone down. People got raises. Your personnel services went up, but your fringe went down. We accurate? The numbers will be accurate?
Yeah.
Based on the wages increases that everybody got. You're saying it accurate?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Okay. So let's go with, we're in the third quarter of 24. Let's go with, what are your personnel services presently?
Personal service costs?
Expended for the third service personnel, fringe, supplies, other services, utilities, and other services and charges. Let's start personnel and service, fringe. In the third quarter. So we could look at what we're estimating per quarter is what it is I want to see. So we don't have to go bust our head figuring this out. We're gonna get help with it right now. And I'm a late
Serena
person.
Modest Elliott.
Okay. Personnel services as of the third quarter.
Year-to-date 2024 personnel costs, $2,800,000.
No, 8,000.
$8,247.
247?
Yeah.
Okay.
$2,008,247.
Okay. And fringe?
Total fringe. Year-to-date. $865,195.47.
Okay. Supplies?
$53,193.24.
Utilities?
It's a single payer utility. Ebony, you has that amount?
Yeah, how much you paid?
How much we pay? You mean for
finance? Let's see it. Let's see.
Yeah, with your personnel at 2,008,247, fringe 865,195 in the third quarter of 24. So then personnel services went up to 3,008,000 in a quarter. You got to spend. Wait, is a
1 minute.
A million and change. So we would be on track for what you're asking. So in other words, we're going to break this down per quarter. We should see how we got to 2,800,000. I'm doing as a lay person doing it backwards. That's how I operate.
That's fine.
In understanding it. So I hope I ain't confusing you.
No.
Because I'm saying with us looking at 25, we got to see what are we averaging in 24.
Correct. 30 seconds.
So if I see in the third quarter I have these kind of numbers, then I would know how much more to give you in the fourth quarter. Makes it easier for me because of how all your money was put into one pot.
Okay. Just be mindful when you're doing the math that there are going to be new people who will be coming on board. I think we have a couple of new positions.
Yeah, but see, I didn't even get to, remember you're giving up 7 people to labor. You didn't even tell me what that's going to cost. That's one of my questions.
Okay.
How much people you're giving up to labor and what's going to be that cost removing from your budget for 25 asks?
Time.
So I was getting to that, but I want to go to make sure. Okay, so so like I said, so for supplies and utility, other services and charges, what have you spent for the other services and charges thus far? If you don't mind,
Can we
Madam
provide
Chair,
that to you so that you can go through the rest of the questions so that you
Okay.
don't hold.
Okay. Yeah. And like I say, it's not to tie you up. It's
No, that's fine.
for me to try to figure out, not being a professional that you are in that field. So that's why I look at the numbers from the reverse
No,
going forward.
Understand.
So thank you for the time. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Ebony Serrano, Director of Accounting, for the single payer for Department of Finance is 186,000 to date in terms of utility.
Okay. Continuing on the line of Senator DeGraff. Could you give me that number again, Ms. Serrano, for the utilities?
186,000 to date for the Department of Finance, Ebony Serrano.
And how much do you project out to the end of the fiscal year? I think that's what he was asking. We're half the way, so.
Yeah. So we would just be getting the WAPA bill. I think we just made the WAPA payment on the 15th because we make it on the 15th of the month for each department.
So let me
be me.
Let me ask you a question, because I'm a bit concerned that you're the one responding to this, frankly, because the WAPA bills are bills that are associated with the operations of the Department of Finance. So we're not talking about a single pay account. We're talking about the Department of Finance's bills that they receive on a monthly basis for WAPA. Someone at the Department of Finance in the business, whoever is responsible for your operations, your business and operations, should be reviewing those bills to ensure that there are no discrepancies and that finance is not being overbilled or there aren't any challenges, there ain't no water loss, et cetera, et cetera. Once that review is completed, then that should be inputted into the system for payment, just like any other department that's associated with a single payer. So who is the person at finance that's responsible for doing that? Because that is the individual that should be able to tell us what are you projecting out for the end of fiscal year 24 as your DOF, Department of Finance, utility expenses? Because in 2024, we budgeted $380,000, and this year we are seeing a reduction on that line item to $300,000. So we need to understand whether or not that's just dropping in numbers, or you're truly going to see a reduction in you're seeing basically, I don't know about a reduction, but did we over budget for fiscal year 24? That's basically the question. So who's that person? Commissioner McCurdy.
That person is DC Guzman. However, based on what we paid last year, we decided to reduce the amount to kind of.
What did you pay last year?
270,000.
272.
272, roughly.
Okay, but that's last year. But did you say 180?
186,000
Yes.
for 8 months.
For the past how much months?
For 8 months, so we have 4 more months to go.
That's $23,250 a month. That's $93,000. $200,000 ain't gonna do it. Yeah, 180. Let me make sure I'm right. Y'all gotta help me with this. This is budgetary and not mine. This is y'all's. You got to know your numbers. This is your budget hearing. Yeah, 186. Right? So
That will put us at 279.
I'll put you back at the 279.
Yes.
Yeah, you gotta help me.
279.
So that puts you back at the 279. So it is appropriate for this to be reduced. So this year you have, and that's all of your utility expenses. Your communication falls under other services and charges?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, got it. So, so your utilities are about 280. All right. Okay. All right. Senator Francis Jr., recognized for your 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, good morning to you, my colleagues, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Continuing along the line of the single-payer utility, Commissioner, what's the trigger by which you disperse the single-payer payment to the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority?
Once we, Commissioner McCurdy, once we get the bills, they're inputted and we process them, and that process usually happens at the 15th, on the 15th of the, is it, we pay in advance or is it?
The 15th of every month.
The 15th of every month.
So you receive the bills from who? From the various agencies, from OMB? Who sends you the bills?
Ebony Serrano, Director of Accounting. We receive the bills directly from WAPA, and we work with the departments and agencies to vet. We give them time to vet the bills, and then we make the payment by the 15th of the month.
And have you had an instance where there was a discrepancy in the amount that was billed and the agency had a question about that amount?
Yes, we have. We get that from time to time, and so we work with WAPA and the department, and the necessary adjustment is made.
What was the last disbursement from the single payers to WAPA?
Last week, I think the Thursday check run.
In the amount of what? In the amount of?
2.4.
2.4.
4 million. And that included the semi-autonomous agencies as well?
Yes, we do have a set of departments that we pay on behalf of through the allotment process. So they receive payment through the single payer fund.
So that's inclusive of the Virgin Islands Water, waste management, as well as the hospitals?
Yes, that's correct.
Great. Commissioner, have you received any additional funds besides the $13 million allotted to your agency from ARPA, CARES, from the Department of Interior? Any additional money that comes your way?
We had, I think, 1.6 from the Department of Interior. We have spent almost most of it at this point.
And spend it on what? What was that money earmarked for?
Ms. Henry.
Carrie Henry, Director of Management Information Systems. The $1.6 million is for the ExecuTime, which is a time and attendance system that we're planning to roll out. Around $900,000 was spent on the time clocks.
Okay, and that's for, I guess, a technology upgrade?
Correct, yes, we'll be switching to a new system.
What about ARPA or CARES? Have you received any money in this fiscal year from ARPA or CARES?
No, not to my knowledge.
Okay. What's the balance in the rainy day fund at this time?
$9.7 million.
Thank you. Do you have any pending judgments or litigations against the Department of Finance?
No.
Not to my knowledge, no.
Bounce checks. Do you have any bounce checks or return checks that have come back to the Department of Finance?
We do have bounce checks.
What's the average balance on those bounce checks in aggregate?
So the last I checked, it was, no, it couldn't be 3 million. It was 1 point something, but Ms. Eunice, do you have that number?
And have you made a police report, or how are we seeking to
1 minute.
Bounce checks?
So normally, I think we notify the departments, and each department has a different approach of how they go about recouping that money.
Okay. So there was a time when they were printing up checks on St. Croix. Is there a possibility or any intention of resuming that operation on St. Croix?
Ms. Henry?
Carrie Henry, Director of Management Information Systems. Are you referring to vendor checks?
Vendors,
or-
checks, or payroll?
30 seconds.
We are able to print vendor checks on St. Croix right now, so if there is a plan for us to do that on a larger scale, we can definitely do that.
Are you doing that? Currently, you have the possibility of doing it, but do you do it?
Yes, we do it now, but just one-offs, not a whole lot of checks.
And real quickly, in my 30 seconds that remain, and how much cash on hand do we have currently?
We have $26 million to include pending disbursements.
Time.
Okay. And capital projects, I heard you mentioned that there was just $147,000 in capital projects. Any other? What is that for? And is there any additional capital projects that you're working towards?
Ms. Henry will address the 147, but the other ones that we're working on with FEMA, it's the building on St. Croix and St. Thomas. Henry, can you speak to the one?
Carrie Henry, Director of Management Information Systems. Actually, of the 47,000 is what we're planning to spend on replacing our servers.
Thank you very much for your responses. My time has been called. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Colleagues, I will allow, I guess, a burning question, but Senator Francis Jr. brought up something very important, and it's tied to the, how much bounce checks do you say that you've accumulated this year?
I'll let Ms. Give you a more accurate number.
So what are we doing to mitigate that?
So right now, we're encouraging folks to use the telecheck machine. Sometimes when we don't, those go through, but we've been, at least the response that we've been getting from particularly Lieutenant Governor's office, that the usage of telecheck has been really good for them. I don't know what that
I don't
means.
understand when y'all say you're encouraging people. We have a challenge with cash flow. Checks are coming to your department. What's the number? What's the number?
The dollar amount is 2.2 million. Director.
We have $2.2 million worth of insufficient fund checks, right? And we are encouraging departments to use telecheck.
Yep.
How we don't encourage when we got the challenges that we have with our financials?
It is, yeah.
So what departments are you encouraging? Yeah, we need to know.
Director of Treasury, Lucy Nunez. All agencies are supposed to adhere to using the telecheck machine. However, we do encounter challenges with regards to the dollar amount that the telecheck machines will in fact process. And so we are currently speaking with the service provider, Telecheck Fiserv, to review current contracts because they need to be able to, we receive number of checks that are significantly in terms of the total value of those checks are exceed that threshold that is honored by the Telecheck Fiserv service provider.
Okay. So as a government, this information, by the way, just for the listening and viewing audience, we hear this already. This is old information. This is not new. We didn't find out, and Ms. Modeste can validate what I'm saying. We've had this discussion before. And we've had this discussion even before I was a senator. I watched a Senate hearing when Commissioner Collins was here. And the same conversation we had. So where we exploring, we should not be exploring. We cannot have $2.2 million in bounce checks on the street. How would that get to be okay? So if there is a threshold then there must be an interim policy that says if you have a check for X amount of dollars, you gotta go to Y place to pay it. And you need to bring a, what you call it, check them? A certified check. We can't afford this kind of thing.
Yes.
Why are we not doing these things? Why? This is not okay. We have vendors that are not being paid. So what entities, what agencies do you see this happening most with? We need to know. Because we shouldn't have to say, we don't run the day-to-day operations of the government. We should not have to say this. If you know you're having a cash flow problem and people owing you money, we got to figure out how to mitigate in the interim to ensure that every dime that is ours, we get it. This is unacceptable. We are struggling.
Yeah.
What are those entities?
The high,
what's it, before you answer, what's the threshold?
25,000.
So 25,000.
But I just want to clarify, what they won't guarantee, they won't, so part of what happens is if the check passed through, they'd guarantee the money. Let's say it's an invalid check, the provider would guarantee the money. Anything above 25,000, they don't guarantee.
So then why, if that's the case, right? If that's the case, why are we accepting checks that are not certified above 25,000? I mean, they don't tell us.
No.
We know. So why that? Point of information, Senator. You recognize Senator DeGraff.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. Are there prior years with bounce checks, or we just looking at 2.2 million for the 24 year?
This is this current fiscal year, 24.
Okay, so are there prior years?
We'll have to review that later, data and provide it to you upon request.
So, okay, so just yes or no? Are there prior
Yes, yes.
Okay, yeah, go get that data for us, please. Thank
Certainly.
you.
I'm sure it is.
The highest agency, it's obvious, is the IRB, Internal Revenue. The checks are, the dollar amount for IRB is 1.7.
Commissioner, at the end of the day, you are the whole of the financials of this territory. And you have to set the policy. You need to issue a policy tomorrow, today, when you leave from here. Anybody that has a check over, we can't legislate everything.
Matter of fact, Senator, we do in fact have communications with Telecheck as we speak, so that
we ain't talking about Telecheck. Telecheck already tell you.
Okay.
Look, if you have a check that's over 25, or whatever that threshold is, we are not going to take responsibility for it. So if they make it clear to you in their contract, then there's a step that you have to take and say to, if somebody bringing a check that's 25,000 or more, whatever, is it 25 or more, or is it 25 or more? Then it gotta be a certified check, otherwise don't bring it to us. We need our money. We talking about we collect how much money in taxes, and we have 1 point how much million on the street that's bounce? How much it is?
2.1.
1.7. And what the other entity is? Because you said 2.2, so there's another, I guess those are small amounts here and there. 3.
And typically, because those are your higher revenue drivers, are IRB and followed by LGO. And DPNR.
So long a bit. IRB and...
Sorry, DPNR will be second in terms of the totals.
DPNR. And who the next one is?
LGO.
Lieutenant Governor Office. We shouldn't have to say that here. This is not the work that we do. That's the work that you do. Commissioner, what are your thoughts?
I think you're exactly right. Taking some advice that you gave to me.
You know you're my guy. You know it, man.
I appreciate that. I'm trying to honestly tackle one thing at a time. That is an important thing to tackle, but one step at a time.
Well, dying a big tackle, that's a low-hanging fruit. Send out a policy effective immediately. all checks that are over that threshold must be certified. That's simple.
That's fair.
That don't require zero effort. You want me to write the letter for you? Anyway, there's a point of information from Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How much is the amount for DPNR and LGO so we can drill down when they come in front of us?
1 second.
For those other two departments, please.
So for DPNR is 157,411.28 cents.
Thank you.
What was the other? And for LGO, $90,058.39.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. So, tell us how do you mitigate? What is it that y'all do? Well, we had a mitigating conversation. How do you get to collections on this? So then that becomes your problem?
Partly, it becomes our problem.
So what do you do?
Part of that is we connect with the agencies, letting them know that, we've gotten this bounce checks. I think different agencies have a different approach. The Department of Police, I think they issue like warnings and bulletins and stuff like that. The other agencies, I'm not sure what their approach is, to be quite honest with you.
Okay, so if you have $1.5 million, you need to send this to the Attorney General's office. There are laws around bouncing checks. These are intentional bounce checks that were paid to the Internal Revenue, and $1.7 million worth. You need to have that file sent to the Attorney General's office today so they can make contact with these individuals regarding these bounce checks. We can't take this stuff lightly, and I'm going to ask that you provide the committee and the Attorney General's office if you have not done that yet, because I know you have bounce checks from last fiscal year and previous fiscal years that are still outstanding. That's why we don't have no money. And this is so important that when you bring your testimony, you put it on the record, because our community feels as if we have all this money and we are not managing it well, when in fact we have members of our community who are not doing their part. That is not good.
Yeah.
It's okay to just put it out there. It's just okay. So the miscellaneous section. So the telecheck loss prevention fees. Well, I'm starting from the bottom. Let me start from the top. So you also have the annual maintenance with the IBM. That's a zero now, right?
0.
We cleared that up last time because y'all were still getting money for that.
Yes.
But you have the IDC, annual maintenance.
Correct.
You all pay for the bonding of the government employees.
Yes.
I see that your ERP system software recommendation for FY24 was $1,050,000, and it has reduced significantly this year to $350,000. What's the reason for that? It has reduced by $700,000, 67%.
That's another, Clarena Modeste Elliott, that's another error we recognize. It's supposed to be the same, 1050.
But I didn't tell us that when I present the budget. Suppose I didn't ask. So you need this 1,050,000,050. Upgrades, training, and maintenance, 820,000. Help me to understand that. It has been consistent. In 23, there was 100,000, and then 24, it was 820. This year again is 820. What is the purpose of those funds? And do you still need 820?
Yes, the Clarena Modeste Elliott, the payment processing system where we're trying to centralize payment throughout government is included in our cost. It's about $700,000.
The payment, help me again, say that again.
Payment processing system. Ms. Henry, you could elaborate more.
Carrie Henry, Director of Management Information System. This will be a standard software for agencies to collect money on a regular basis.
Okay, so is that will be or is it is currently?
So I don't think it's implemented as yet.
Okay.
We've gotten the contract and it's going through the process.
So in fiscal year '24, you do not need this entire 820,000 because you represented that you were going to bring this online in FY '24. And we are, what, in the 8th month? So,
But we did pay for project management throughout 2024, so we did utilize the funding.
project management of this same upgrades, training, and maintenance, ain't say nothing but project management. Okay. I think Ms. Henry made reference to the time and attendance software. You're currently paying a monthly fee for that?
Carrie Henry, Director of Management Information System. Actually, the amount is $170,000 per year.
That's for maintenance?
Yes, that is correct. Software and hardware, the time clocks.
And you said that you're upgrading the time clock, so you're getting a new system?
We are working on a new time and attendance system. It's called ExecuTime, and it is a part of the Tyler Technology Suite.
Is that a new system? Why does that name sound familiar? What's the name of the system you have now? ExecuTime. ExecuTime. Another agency in government has ExecuTime?
WAPA has it right now.
That sounds very familiar. I think Port Authority has it too. Okay. You have there's no telephone and communication services contract? You don't have a voice over IP phone system that you pay maintenance on? No?
No.
Carrie Henry, Director of Management Information System. Yes, we do have a voice over IP system, but we pretty much maintain it in-house.
Okay. Then you're utilizing your telecheck loss prevention fees. Are you utilizing that system at Finance Proper? I look confused.
Government insurance fund is in fact using the telecheck machines. Is that what?
So government insurance fund is the only
Prevention.
division that uses the telecheck loss prevention fees?
That's correct.
At finance.
Program?
At finance.
That's what I meant. At
Yes.
finance. We're dealing with finance today.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right. So you don't collect any other money?
No, ma'am.
All right. GASB 45, 75,000?
Yes.
And how do you utilize your interest and penalties? You collect those, yeah, I see this as part of your budget. I don't know why. This should be part of the overall government's budget, interest and penalties. How, are you utilizing interest and penalties?
Yeah, I think we absorb, like, for instance, the ERP system, we absorb some of those more government-wide expenditures, if you will. So things that would...
That's what I meant.
Yes.
Okay, all right. The OPEB pension fund, 45,000?
Yes. Correct.
And then I see gift operations, 969. So we're still dealing with this gift business, the government insurance fund. So we'll have to have a deeper dive on that at another time. Colleagues, do you have any, Senator Blyden, you have a quick question?
Yeah, just
before we
one
wrap
quick
up?
question. Commissioner McCurdy, I usually ask you this question. Let me ask you, since we last met, cash on hand, how much cash on hand do you have?
26 million to include disbursements.
So is that
disbursements?
So is that number increasing or decreasing?
It fluctuates.
Okay, very well. Thank you so much for your responses. Thank you, Madam Chair.
What was the question?
How much cash on hand How much
Oh.
cash on hand do we have in dollars and cents?
Well, I guess the better question is, are you seeing any improvement on your cash on
Yeah.
hand?
It was high in April naturally, and it has since gone down. We've had 3 payrolls in May, so yeah.
I'm glad you talked about cash on hand, Senator Blayden. Director of Treasury, when do you true up your data with regards to the financials for the government? I asked that question because I went on the website this morning. I do not see the May financials to date. And we are towards today, the 18th?
We're reviewing the data because we're seeing some sort of discrepancy, so we'll be uploading shortly hereafter.
Okay, but do you have, Commissioner, do you have like a hard timeline? You have to have a hard timeline when you update the information. What's that hard timeline? It got to be between tell me.
The 15th day of the following month.
So by the 15th of the month?
Yeah.
So when do you receive the information from the agencies?
We have a timeline of the 5th business day, and then we take until the 10th to review, and then on the 15th we issue. That is the plan.
But do you get the information timely from the Lieutenant Governor's office and the Internal Revenue?
So their information might be timely, but we look at everybody else, and all of the agencies combined is not always timely, no.
So how do you plan to mitigate that situation? Because it's important that we are able, the 15th is a reasonable timeline, but it's also important for us to be able to get information when we
absolutely
check.
Yeah.
So what is the conversations that you're having with those agencies that are late? And what are those agencies? What conversation are you having with them? But aren't they updating that in your system though?
So in some instances, they have their own system and then they transfer the information.
Like who?
IRB have their own system that they then transfer to the ERP. I think Lieutenant Governor.
So are they usually on time though? Because IRB, you could go on IRB and their hours updated. So I'm trying to.
So our problem is IRB would have their information, but then we would have to account for those unfortunate bounce checks that you. So our number would be more of a net number. So we have to take a little more into consideration before releasing that information.
I see. So the bounce checks is a major factor. Say it out loud. It's the truth. Senator Javon James. Senator Fonseca. Oh, let me recognize the presence of Senator Diane T. Capehart. Good afternoon, or good morning, Senator Capehart. Thank you for being here. Then we're going to recognize you for your 5 minutes. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to the people of Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers. I won't be long. I just have a question about professional services for FY 2024 and 25. I think that you have it budgeted for $12,833 in comparison to $321,932.09 for FY 23. What services does the department budget for the amount of $1,283? What kind of professional services can you get for $12,000? Do you have a contract regularly for a auditing firm? Help me out.
Oh, sorry.
12 million or 12,000?
Is that 12,000?
That's what our post-audit report says.
Oh, post-audit report. Sorry, page
5.
Madam Chair, can you?
No, we can just keep going.
I'm not understanding the question.
We don't have to, so we can speak to what we have. I think
Clarina Modeste Elliott, I think that's what the chair was referencing. That 12,833 seems like it's just one vendor, which
One
is our
activity center.
security vendor. So we definitely need to take a look at this.
Do you have an auditing firm?
We do.
Yes, we do.
BDO,
When was your last audit findings?
2021.
2021. Through the chair, can you provide that information for 2021?
The financials?
Yes.
Okay, we can, but it's also on our website. But we can.
2021. 2021 is on the website.
How often are you audited?
So
Annually.
yeah.
So how come you only have your last audit findings up for 2021?
Oh, you mean the audit finding? But, yeah, they're currently auditing 2022, so the most recent would be 2021.
We've fallen behind on our audits. We've been able to catch up and have, without much variance in the opinions. I think in the last 9 months, we've completed 2 audits. We're planning, to complete to get current by the end of this year, calendar year.
Okay. I think on page 3, I don't know if some of these questions may have been asked. I'm just coming. It says FEMA has obligated over $6 million to renovate both St. Croix, St. Thomas building, and we have begun working with architects to design the interior of the structure to meet future needs. Can you give us a timeline as to when that renovation that was answered?
Wilfredo Guzman, Deputy Commissioner of Finance. I can't give you a definite timeline right now as we work with the Office of Recovery and as well as FEMA, and they're important part in the process. Right now we're in the design phase and we're working with them, and they have been very diligent and helpful in getting our projects forward. But we at the Department of Finance are current with all of the documentation to ensure that these facilities move forward expeditiously.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. Senator Graff, you're recognized for your burning question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What have you expended for overtime for the fiscal year thus far?
Where's the number?
Actually here in the
One second. Good day, Senator. I'm Grace Foy-Lindo, Director of Payroll, approximately $6,000.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, Senator Nodal Francis Jr.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Commissioner, what's your pending vendors payment amount at this point?
At this point, our pending vendor payment amount is...
What are you doing to reduce that number?
Sorry, can you say the last part again? Kind of broke up.
What is your current vendors payment at this point, and what are you doing to reduce that number?
Current vendor payment is $70 million, and we have right now, matter of fact, today, discussions with the governor on several approaches to get that number down.
Do you care to share?
I can share after the discussion, I imagine.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, let's go back to the audits quickly just to clarify. So the audits for fiscal year 22 and 23 are being done simultaneously. That's what you're saying?
So no, they're not. We are currently in the process of we want 22 to be done by August 31st and 23 to be done by December.
Okay.
Realistically, though, we're looking likely into, but we're pushing, I don't want to put that in public space, we're pushing to get it done by the end of the year. We need to get it done by the end of the year because we need to be consistent with and current with our audits. If we are to get out of receivership, we've had discussions with Guam. Part of that process is having not just timely audits, but clean audits.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So I'm glad you brought up clean audits. I'm so happy you said it. So clean audits mean that you have unqualified audits, right? Mm-hmm. So do you have a arm, a person, whatever it is, at the Department of Finance who's working with the Department of and agencies to address the corrective measures that we see in the, for instance, the audit of 2021? You could go on the Department of Finance website, it's there. How are you working, or who's that person that's assigned to address the mitigating measures around these audits?
Ms. Elliott is responsible for that task.
So, Ms. Elliott, tell me, what specifically are you doing?
So we're working directly with the departments and agency. We present recommendation as to what the corrective action plan may be. If they have something else, then we work with them to make sure that they're implementing it. But we're actually working with the departments and agencies so that we could improve upon the findings based on, we recommending corrective action plans, or they already have corrective action plans in place.
So do you suspect that you see a reduction in your audit findings in for fiscal year 21, 2?
Maybe 23.
Maybe 23?
Yeah, maybe 23.
Okay, so are there things within your system, though, that you can put in place to ensure that if a department or agency is not complying, then the Department of Finance will catch it before the transaction is let, to avoid seeing that audit finding bubble up in the future?
So just to add, yes, we are. I think part of what the Treasury Department does, and it hinders our ability, that also hinders ability to report timely, because what we then do is, if you don't provide information, especially with your receipts, that is properly, have document to support it, we reject it, because we need for you to help us to be able to be audit ready. We can't be, we're doing the true up and up front, so that we don't have to go back and do it at the end of the year, adding additional burden. Just do it the way we want it up front. We're not trying to be troublesome. It's just the way for us to get to a point of just doing things correctly.
I like how you say you're not trying to be troublesome. I ain't trying to be troublesome either. I just want to make sure we do it correctly. Yes. I like that. So tell me about your federal funds. So your federal draws, are you experiencing challenges with departments and agencies? For instance, your payroll. Are you experiencing challenges with, because payroll is an automatic payment. Mm-hmm. Are you experiencing challenges with agencies processing their payroll drawdowns in a timely fashion? Because that can also be contributing to the challenges that you have with your cash flow. Are agencies understanding that if they don't draw their payroll in a timely fashion, that's why our vendors are not being paid? So how is that looking these days?
It's better, but there's still room for improvement. I think part of what we need to do, and it's a sour point, but I think if folks didn't get paid one time, I think they will go to their commissioner or director, and then that problem I don't think would persist. I think part of what we do, and we have this wonderful moniker of fix-it finance. We try to fix everything, fix all the ills of, and we should try to, but we can't do that with the staff that we have. So we have to hold ourselves accountable and also pass that accountability on to the agencies. But I'll let Ms. Eunice add.
If I may, and I'm glad my federal reconciliation team lead is here, Ms. Joanna Reimer. She's doing an excellent job with regards to, we did conduct the analysis and we were seeing the challenges, and we have seen improvements in terms of addressing the agency's need to do their drawdown, and they are in fact adhering to these mandates, to these requests. So the drawdowns have improved significantly. We're nowhere near where we need to be, but we're getting there.
Done enough.
That's not enough.
Done enough. I actually worked with Ms. Rema for many years, so I know if somebody could get it done, it's her. But Commissioner McCurdy, this is not your problem. It's not your problem. Agencies have to do their jobs. So I have to beg the question, are you having discussions with the governor? You are complaining them.
And that's how we saw.
Because you know why I'm saying this? Because we get the calls about vendors not getting paid. Just this morning, I got a call saying, Department of Education was here. This is summertime. We have local vendors who are gun shy about doing work for the Department of Education to get our schools ready this summer because they're afraid that they're not going to get paid. These people got to draw down these funds. If they're getting paid, you got to draw them out. You got to call them out. If there is a responsibility, you're saying that it's gotten better, but it's still in where it's supposed to be. So then you can't get unqualified audit. Your audit is still going to be qualified. Correct?
That's correct.
So we need a listing. Seriously, they're coming in front of us. They come in here, through the chair, as a chair. But I need to say it for my team so they can put it in a note. We need to get a listing of those agencies who are out of compliance with drawing their funds, their payroll funds. Because I know that if they don't draw their vendor checks, y'all will hold them, right? Y'all don't process the payment.
No, we hold the checks, yeah.
But that also causes an issue for you.
It does,
And I know what the issue is. So if you cut the check, you have what's your clearance pattern? 4 days, 42 hours, what it is, 48 hours?
It's supposed to be 24 to 48 hours, depending on the award.
So if you pass that period, you still gonna get audit finding.
That's why we're working with the OMB compliance units, FGMU, to review the code of federal regulations to adhere and then revisit our SOPs as well. Because you're absolutely correct, Senator.
The difficult thing is, because we live in a small community, we have to make some hard choices that will impact people, and we just have to make them.
Make them, because guess what? People are not getting their tax returns. People are not getting their I think my colleague have a point of information, Senator Novel Francis. He can tell you what they ain't getting. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your point of information.
They ain't getting the retroactive pay, Commissioner.
Yeah.
Any word to our constituency in regards to retroactive pay? I'm sitting here and receiving the text messages inquiring about that. Do you have a word for them in regards to some light at the end of the tunnel where we'll be able to see some disbursement of retroactivity?
So the intent is to pay by the end of the year, should cash allow all of our commitments that we have. Fiscal year, sorry.
Yeah, so these are challenges, and we all look to the government, but we also have to look to ourselves. We have to look to ourselves as to how we can do our part to ensure that we see the dollars in our coffers. We like to say government, we ain't got a money problem. We do have a money problem because people are not doing it. People are not paying their share. They're bouncing checks. Have you sent any of those files previously to the Attorney General's office? No. Why not? That's part of the law.
I didn't answer yet. Sorry, I was accommodating myself. Sorry, Senator. But based on what your recommendations, we are going to revisit and we're going to take immediate action as suggested in terms of forwarding information to the AG office as well as this committee, this board, this body.
They need to be sent to the AG office. If you have them pile up, send them. They got to pay their bills. Anyway, colleagues, I think we've exhausted our questions. If we have any other questions to ask the Department of Finance, we'll ask you them offline as we work on building the budget. Commissioner McCurdy, I have to tell you that, you remember when I got up the day and I said, I wonder if I should vote for this guy. And then my vote was no. And then I was like, I could see a genuine spirit. I have to tell you that I am very pleased with the fact that, we've talked about the special funds and you've made an effort to show a difference, to show that there is work being done in finance. I know it's a work in progress, but I urge you also to take some time with your team and read the laws around finance, because the creation of finance, the things that you're responsible for doing, because if you have bone checks, you got to send a file up to the AG office.
Absolutely.
These are the things that have to happen. So all of us have to help each other to get this work done. So colleagues, I think we've exhausted all of our questions. We do have the other agency here that's ready. So I'm going to give you a 30-second close, Commissioner, and then we're going to close this segment.
Thank you for that. So today, I appreciate the efforts from everybody at the Department of Finance. I appreciate the questions. I know you mentioned specifically the efforts that we've been making on cleaning up the funds. Honestly, that goes, kudos goes to Ms. Serrano and her team, Ms. Todman, and I think, what's the fellow's name? Elijah Samuel, Najee. They're all working tirelessly behind the scenes to make all of that happen. Folks in Treasury, payroll, MIS, they're folks who show up every day willing to give their all to make sure that the people of the Virgin Islands are at least satisfied with at least with our efforts, knowing that we'll get to a point where we do better. So thank you to everybody who supported us. Thank you to this body for all of the probing questions. It only helps us to get better. So whether it's here or any other forum, please do not hesitate to reach out to us and let us know how we can improve.
All right. The Committee on Finance stands in recess for 15 minutes. The Committee on Budget Appropriations and Finance is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you read today's, what will be now consider today's second block into the record?
Block number 2, VI Public Finance Authority, Office of Disaster Recovery. Invited testifier, Mr. Kevin McCurdy, Executive Director, VI Public Finance Authority. This concludes the reading of Block 2, Madam Chair.
So, did you say block number 2, Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority and Office of Disaster Recovery? You said that? Okay, I missed that. All right, thank you. All right, good afternoon again. And we have the officials of the Public Finance Authority as well as the ODR, Office of ODR, that's ready to make their presentation this afternoon. Again, all kind of distracting information. Yes. So we're going to ask them to put their name and title on the record, and we're going to start with the Executive Director of the PFA, Mr. Nathan Simmons. And then we're going to, I guess in this instance, my left. We'll start with my left, your right, and then we'll proceed with the other testifiers. So, Mr. Simmons, please put your name and title on the record.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Nathan Simmons, Director of Finance and Administration, Public Finance Authority.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Adrian Williams Octolin, Director of the Office of Disaster Recovery.
Good afternoon. Archer Watlinson Francis, Deputy Director of Finance and Compliance for the Office of Disaster Recovery.
Joy Wheatley, Comptroller, Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority.
Good afternoon, Laura Lee Farrington, Staff Counsel, Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority.
All right, so we're going to ask those of you that have those very large computers, we can't see you. So you're going to have to lean them back a bit because we can't see you. Yeah. All right. You have someone on St. Croix? I'm sorry. The St. Croix testifiers, you may proceed with your name and title.
Carol Burke, Compliance Manager, Refineries and Rum Companies.
Good afternoon, Tawana Nicholas, Department of Public Works, Chief Engineer.
Good afternoon, Sherry Wallace-Cole, Bond Proceeds, Disclosure and Compliance Manager, Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority.
Ms. Wallace, could you give us your title again?
Bond Proceeds, Disclosure and Compliance Manager.
Okay. All right, and just for clarification, Ms. Nicholas? Tawana?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Nicholas.
You provide what type of service to the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority?
I support in the execution of capital projects.
All right. But you report to Commissioner Derek Gabriel?
That is correct.
All right, thank you. All right. Mr. Simmons, you may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon again. Honorable Senator Donna Fred Gregory, other distinguished members of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, other members of the 35th Legislature present, fellow testifiers, ladies and gentlemen in the chambers and in the listening and viewing audiences. I am Nathan Simmons, Director of Finance and Administration of the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority. I am accompanied by Joy Whitley, Comptroller, Adrian Williams Actolin, Director of the Office of Disaster Recovery, and Archer Watlington Francis, Deputy Director of Finance and Compliance at ODR. We also have joining us, and in the virtual conference, Attorney Laura Lee Farrington, Staff Counsel and Chief Disclosure and Compliance Officer, Sherry Wallace-Cole, Bond Proceeds Disclosure and Compliance Manager, Carol Burke, Compliance Manager, Refinery and Terminal Operations and Distillery Agreements, and Tawana Nicholas, Chief Engineer, Department of Public Works, who is prepared to respond to any questions regarding capital projects funded through the authority. Madam Chair, we are here today on behalf of Executive Director Kevin McCurdy to report on the activities and budget priorities of the authority for fiscal year 2025. Director Adrian Williams Actolin will also make a presentation on the ODR's activities and priorities for fiscal year 2025. As you know, the Office of Disaster Recovery has been established as the division under the authority to help improve financial management coordination across agencies and organizations receiving disaster recovery funds. The authority is also the parent company of the West Indian Company Limited, which operates the cruise ship port in Charlotte Amalie Harbor on St. Thomas, and the Virgin Islands Next Generation Network, which provides wholesale broadband middle-mile services to providers throughout the territory. The authority also provides managerial and administrative services for the Tobacco Settlement Financing Corporation, a special purpose independent instrumentality created by Act No. 6428 for the purpose of managing the tobacco settlement, healthcare, and capital improvement funds in the territory, and the Matching Fund Special Purpose Securitization Corporation, a special purpose independent and autonomous public corporation and governmental instrumentality incorporated under the provisions of Act No. 8540 for the purpose of issuing the 2022 Matching Fund Securitization Bonds and purchasing the rights, title, and interests in and to the matching fund receipts to be received from the U.S. Department of Treasury by the government of the Virgin Islands. Additionally, the authority manages Lonesome Dove Petroleum Company pursuant to Act 7864, which authorized the transfer of the stock of the company to the authority to operate and manage and to make payments to satisfy the obligation for taxes and interest owed to the government by the company. Further, the authority manages the Frederiksted Mall under a lease agreement with a private landowner. Space in the mall is sublet to various small business entities in Frederiksted, St. Croix, and houses the office for the Department of Tourism. VIPFA's fiscal year 2025 budget. The authority's bond indenture agreement required the authority's board of directors to approve an administrative budget annually, which is used to assure the authority's compliance with all covenants entered with its bondholders. The authority's board of directors met on May 30th to discuss the fiscal year 2025 budget and subsequently, by a poll vote, approved the fiscal year 2025 budget in the amount of $27.42 million, which is a 40% increase or $7.84 million increase over fiscal year 2024. This is due primarily to increased funding required for the ODR as they become a sub-recipient for the CDBG-DR program administered under the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, and the build-out of the Super Project Management Office established to execute the new Comprehensive Recovery Strategy, Rebuild USVI. The fiscal year 2025 budget will be used to fund the business operations of the authority and the Office of Disaster Recovery, such as professional services, payroll, IT upgrades, building and property maintenance, and training expenses. The authority's proposed FY 2025 annual budget of $27.42 million is funded with $5 million from gross receipts taxes, a request for $9 million in general fund appropriations, $11.52 million from federal reimbursements, $1.81 million from the PFA project fund, and $85,000 from Frederiksted Mall rental revenue. The $9 million in general fund appropriations requested will provide $5 million in operations support for the authority's Finance and Administration Division and $4 million in operations support for the Office of Disaster Recovery. And as you will recall, Madam Chair, that when we did the securitization, we were aware and acknowledged that the funding that normally came to the PFA from the matching funds would no longer be available, and that a general fund appropriation in the amount of $5 million for the PFA Finance and Administration will be required. The authority's administration category provides funding for staff salaries and fringe benefits, IT infrastructure and maintenance, utilities, communications, building maintenance, and staff training. In fiscal year 2024, the total budget for this category was $3.3 million. For fiscal year 2025, the budget in this category is $5.53 million, which represents an increase of $1.75 million or 53% from fiscal year 2024. This increase is due primarily to funding for vacant positions, board of directors expenses, IT infrastructure and website maintenance, communications and office supplies, financial system upgrade, and upgrades to the St. Thomas and St. Croix offices. The authority's professional services category provides funding for accounting and auditing services, financial advisory services, bond counsel, municipal tax attorneys, other legal advisors, investment advisors, trustees and bank custody fees, project evaluation, and underwriting expenses. For fiscal year 2024, the total budget in this segment was $6.19 million, and for fiscal year 2025, the total budget for professional services is $6.85 million, which is a 10% increase or $647,000 more than fiscal year 2024. the ODR fiscal year 2025 budget. To continue its mission and build the necessary capacity to manage the disaster recovery, ODR requires funding of $4 million from the general fund, in addition to $11.52 million in anticipated federal reimbursements, for a total ODR budget of $15.52 million for fiscal year 2025. The fiscal year 2024 budget for the Office of Disaster Recovery was funded by $2.5 million from the general fund, $7.57 million in federal reimbursements, for a total of $10.74 million. The fiscal year 2025 budget increase of 54.3%, or $5.44 million from the prior year. The proposed fiscal year 25 budget will be utilized to conduct the business of the ODR, such as payroll, staff training, office space expenses, and corresponding maintenance, equipment, travel, insurance, and other administrative expenses. Through the authority, ODR is also engaged in several professional services contracts that provide architectural and engineering services, construction management, and project management support for recovery projects. These contracts are 100% federally funded. Government of the Virgin Islands bonded debt obligations. The revised Organic Act of 1954, as amended, authorizes the Virgin Islands to issue several types of municipal securities and distinguishes general obligation bonds from revenue bonds. The issuance of general obligation bonds is restricted to an amount no greater than 10% of the aggregate assessed value of taxable property in the territory. The Tax Assessor's Office has confirmed the 2023 total assessed value of all taxable property to be $14.8 billion. Therefore, the general obligation debt ceiling for the territory is approximately $1.48 billion. The current outstanding general obligation debt is $496.5 million. Therefore, the territory has approximately $983.5 million of debt ceiling capacity remaining. These bonds were issued for working capital and for capital projects and are secured by the government's gross receipts taxes. As of April 30, 2024, the tax increment financing debt of the government is $4.9 million. Tax increment revenue bonds were issued to finance the Island Crossing Shopping Center on St. Croix and are paid from the incremental property taxes and 90% of the gross receipts taxes collected from the project. The outstanding balance of the Federal Highway Grant Anticipation Revenue, or GAVI bonds, of the government as of April 30th is $58.5 million. These bonds were issued to finance several road projects in the territory, and the debt service is paid from Federal Highway Grant revenues received by the Department of Public Works. Tobacco Settlement Financing Corporation. The corporation has issued a total of $69.8 million in Tobacco Settlement Financing Corporation asset-backed bonds secured by and payable solely from the tobacco settlement revenues, investment earnings, and amounts held in certain accounts and the corporation's rights under the purchase agreement. The proceeds were used for the purpose of financing several capital, hospital, and health department projects, including the Charlotte Kimmelman Cancer Institute on St. Thomas and the VI Cardiac Center on St. Croix, and to fund operating costs of the corporation. Of the $69.8 million in bonds issued, approximately $20.7 million remains outstanding. On the 2006 bonds, the Series 2001 bonds were paid in full in May 2023. Funds allocated for capital projects totaled $24.9 million, of which $23.5 has been expended and $1.4 million remains unexpended. The remaining unexpended balances are for projects under the Department of Health. Matching Fund Special Purpose Securitization Corporation. The Internal Revenue Matching Fund revenue obligation debt is now held by the Matching Fund Special Purpose Securitization Corporation. As of April 30, 2024, the outstanding debt was $952.8 million. These bonds were originally issued to fund capital projects and provide working capital to the government, and are secured by the revenue generated from rum produced on St. Croix and exported to the United States. The Matching Fund Special Purpose Corporation issued matching fund bonds of $930.3 million and taxable matching fund securitization bonds of $22.5 million in April of 2022. Proceeds of the 2022 bonds were used to purchase the governments of the Virgin Islands rights, title, and interest to the matching fund receipts to be received from the Department of Treasury, pay capitalized interest on a portion of the bonds, and to pay certain costs of issuance for the series bonds. The government provided a portion of such funds to the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority for the payment, repurchase, and cancellation of all the outstanding revenue and revenue refunding bonds issued by the authority. As of May 31, the outstanding balances on the Series 2022A and 2022B bonds were $930.3 million and $22.5 million respectively. Principal payments on the bonds are scheduled to begin on October 1, 2025. In April of this year, Kroll Bond Rating Agency affirmed the Matching Fund Special Purpose Securitization bonds with a stable outlook BBB rating. Government Employees Retirement System Loan Note. The restructuring of the authority bonds enabled the authority in turn to issue its own note to the Government Employees Retirement System, secured by an irrevocable and legally binding pledge of the government's share of residual matching fund receipts. That note, with an estimated par amount of $1.7 billion, has been issued to secure the payment of an estimated $4 billion over the next 30 years. Utilizing the newly created corporation to refund and restructure the outstanding matching fund debt was a critical element of the GERS solvency plan. Reducing debt service costs during the early years allowed for matching funds to be provided to GERS through the funding note on an accelerated basis, including over $500 million during the critical first few years when funding was most urgently needed. As of April 30, the outstanding on the GRS note is approximately $3.4 billion. Investment management. In concert with its mission, the authority is charged with investment and administration of the debt service funds for the debt instruments issued that are loaned to the government. The proceeds from these debt issuances are managed by the authority on behalf of the government. These management activities consist of investing the proceeds, managing the debt service reserves, processing vendor payments, and receiving pledged revenues for the timely payment of principal and interest. During calendar year 2023, the PFA had $141.3 million under management, and investment earnings for 2023 were approximately $6.4 million. Currently, for calendar year 2024, the PFA has $145.4 million under management, and investment earnings as of March 31 was approximately $1.6 million. Capital projects. As of March 31, 2024, there was approximately $76.8 million in unexpended bond and loan proceeds for capital projects funding within the various departments and agencies. The listing of outstanding capital projects with unexpended balances by department was provided. During fiscal year 23, approximately $9.2 million in capital project funding from bond proceeds was expended. As of March 31, $4.2 million in capital project funding from bond proceeds was expended during fiscal year 2024. Rum Cover Over Program. Each year, the government submits a request for a prepayment of matching fund revenues to the United States Department of Interior. The funds known as rum cover-over are calculated based on the rum producers' estimates of federal excise taxes to be collected and earned on the projected sales of rum produced in the Virgin Islands and shipped to the United States. Interior determines that the amount of federal excise tax for prepayment for the ensuing fiscal year, and such payment is made into a special escrow account held at the Bank of New York, the trustee for the funds. Currently, the cover-over remains at the statutory rate of $10.50 per proof gallon. We continue to work with the delegate to Congress and our Washington team to get the cover-over extension to the $13.25 per proof gallon passed to the Congress. The fiscal year 2024 Internal Revenue Matching Fund advance of $231 million was based on the projected sale of 22 million proof gallons that the rum industry indicated they would produce and sell in the United States. However, due to a deduction of $18.9 million for fiscal year 2022 true-up, the actual advance received was $212,039,584. The fiscal year 2022 true-up of $18.9 million was the difference between the excise taxes collected, $279.2 million, and the fiscal year 22 advance, which was $298.1 million. We have not yet received the final estimates. Actually, we received them yesterday. So we have received the final estimates from the rum companies for fiscal year 2025. We are in the process of reviewing those estimates, and we will be providing the report to Interior and to the Governor's Office regarding the requested advance for fiscal year 25. Caribbean Basin Initiative Fund. The Caribbean Basin Economic Recovery Act of 1983 provides that all revenue from federal excise taxes on rum imported into the United States from foreign sources be remitted to the treasuries of Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands, according to a formula promulgated by Treasury. Under the formula, Puerto Rico's share of the excise tax revenue will never exceed its baseline percentage of 87.6%, and the Virgin Islands share will never fall below its baseline percentage of 12.4%. For fiscal year 23, the Virgin Islands received $6.3 million in Caribbean Basin Initiative funds. We have previously raised the concern of whether this formula remains fair to the Virgin Islands, since with the relocation of Diageo's Captain Morgan from Puerto Rico to the St. Croix, the Virgin Islands' market share of production has increased substantially. However, those efforts did not bear fruit, and Treasury has not made any adjustment to the formula to account for the Virgin Islands' higher production totals. It is a matter that remains on our Washington agenda for discussion with the delegate and our Washington counsel and lobbyists. Lime Tree Bay Refining and Terminal. The authority has also been charged with compliance oversight of the operating agreements between the government and Lime Tree Bay Terminals and Lime Tree Bay Refining, which were ratified by the 31st Legislature pursuant to Act 7806. LBR achieved refinery restart in January of 2021 and made their first quarterly payment to the government of $2.3 million. Following several pollution incidents, the U.S. EPA issued an emergency order to LBR to discontinue refining operations. This 60-day shutdown order preceded LBR's June 21 notice to the EPA indicating indefinite suspension of its plan to restart the refinery. The refinery closure impacted approximately 271 employees. Under the terms of the bankruptcy ruling, West Indies Petroleum and Port Hamilton Refining and Transportation assumed the refinery operating agreement. The government has yet to be notified of any definite plans by Port Hamilton Refining and Transportation to restart the refinery. However, the GVI remains supportive as Port Hamilton navigates its future through legal and regulatory challenges. Port Hamilton Refining and Transportation and Ocean Point Terminals continue to experience financial struggles. The authority and government representatives have been working with them and the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency on a safe restart for the refinery. As it pertains to Ocean Point Terminals, there are currently, as of March 31, 980 persons employed at the terminal, 412 of which are contractors and 568 are employees. There are approximately 28 million barrels of storage capacity online, from a total storage capacity of 34 million. The terminal variable payment for fiscal year 22 was approximately 6.4 million. The fiscal year 22 true-up of 1.7 million was made in May of 2023, and an additional 1.2 million in disputed deductions was also paid. For fiscal year 23, Ocean Point Terminals paid 8.1 million in terminal variable payments. On April 30, 2024, OPT will true up plus interest fiscal year 23 variable terminal payments. For fiscal year 24, OPT has made the first and second quarter payments of approximately 3.5 million. MGB Terminals entered into a 10 million promissory note in 2019 with the government of the Virgin Islands for conveying particular property and easements acquired by LBT. Payments on the note of 1.1 million is semi-annual on June 30th and December 31. The next payment is due on June 30th. Port Hamilton, as previously reported, the refinery achieved restart on January 21 and made their quarterly payments to the government in March of 2021. However, after the shutdown on December 21, 2021, the court appointed LBR's debtors' motion to sell their assets to West Indies Petroleum. Port Hamilton ultimately purchased the assets of LBR for $62 million and assumed the refinery operating agreement. Port Hamilton filed suit against the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency over the permits required for refinery restart. They sought judicial review before the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Third Circuit over a November 2022 determination by the U.S. EPA that Port Hamilton will need to obtain a new prevention of significant deterioration permit from the federal agency before it can proceed with restart operations. In July 25, 2023 decision, the court ruled that the EPA has exceeded its statutory authority under the CAA in requiring Port Hamilton to obtain a PSD permit. And on May 19, 2023, Port Hamilton informed the government that a material change in control in the direct ownership of the refinery occurred in March when Crucian Energy Holdings acquired a controlling interest in Port Hamilton Refining and Transportation. Fiscal year 2023-24 accomplishments. Good governance requires that the authority implement policies and operational documents to effectively and efficiently manage its operations and standardize the conduct of its business affairs. Toward this end, the authority implemented the following policies in 2023, which were approved by the Board of Directors: a remote work policy, maternity leave accommodation policy, fraud, waste, and abuse policy. In addition to the above policies, the authority also implemented the following operational documents, also approved by the Board of Directors, to facilitate its conduct in its operations: a business continuity plan and a personnel policy handbook. As far as the audits, we completed the fiscal year 21 financial audits of the authority and subsidiary component units. The authority audits are posted on the authority's website and can be seen the link provided. We are currently doing the fiscal year 22 audit for the authority. We've completed 22 added for the Matching Fund Securitization Corporation. During 2023, the authority entered into 21 new contracts and extended or amended the term of 14 previously executed contracts. Procurement. On behalf of the government, on October 4, 2023, the PFA issued a request for proposals for a turnaround management consulting services for the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. The RFP was advertised in the Daily News. It was also posted on American Public Power Association website, our BondLink website, the PFA's website, and was transmitted to WAPA to post on their website. In addition, the RFP was emailed to 15 prospective bidders from a bidders list and mailed via U.S. mail to one prospective bidder. 5 proposals were received by the proposal due date, and 4 were invited to make high-level presentations on their respective proposals with a detailed focus on the critical issues associated with implementing a turnaround management plan for the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority and how those issues would be addressed. The evaluation committee recommended to the VIPFA board that a contract for turnaround management services for WAPA be awarded to Ernst & Young LLP. The board approved the contract award on June 5, 2024. Other initiatives in conjunction with the government: hotel development program. A hotel development program administered by the EDA is designed to assist in the development of hotel resorts and related hotel facilities to increase opportunities in tourism enterprises so as to facilitate and to accelerate opportunity for employment in these enterprises, particularly of unemployed and underemployed residents of the jurisdiction in which the hotel investment is to be made. Hotel developers are allowed to use a portion of their occupancy, casino taxes, or to impose an economic recovery fee on their guests to repay long-term loans, which can help to obtain financing for projects. During 2023, the authority worked with the EDA, the Bureau of Internal Revenue, and the Department of Finance to establish economic recovery fee and hotel occupancy trust accounts for the collection and disposition of economic recovery fees and designated hotel occupancy taxes collected from the following properties: RC Hotel Virgin Islands Inc. for the Ritz-Carlton, and CREF USVI Hotel Owner Inc. for the Westin Beach Resort and Spa at Frenchman's Reef and the Morningstar Boy House Beach Resort. The $100 million line of credit. Act 8701 authorizes the governor to engage in a line of credit in the maximum amount of $100 million to provide for the disbursement of funds needed to advance disaster recovery projects that are reimbursable through federal funding and other disaster-related projects, and provide funding to advance payments of $45 million towards the acquisition of the propane infrastructure assets for the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. On May 25th, the Board of PFA passed a resolution to authorize the authority to negotiate, prepare, execute, and deliver a term sheet with a credit facility with First Bank Puerto Rico to negotiate, prepare, execute, and deliver one or more lines of credit or revenue anticipation note or promissory note in a maximum amount of $100 million for a term not to exceed September 30, 2026, and an interest rate not to exceed 9% per annum. To loan the proceeds of the line of credit or revenue anticipation note to the government, and approving and authorizing other actions in connection with the foregoing. On June 15, 2023, a note purchase agreement was closed with First Bank. Network system security: we installed a point-to-point multi-point solution that connects all PFA and ODR offices together. We installed a checkpoint firewall at all PFA locations. CDBG data migration: we completed the migration and transfer of data for employees that transition to the Office of Disaster Recovery from the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. We created a new PFA website and a new logo for the PFA. Some of our goals for 2024, we includes issuance of an RFP for the design and installation of kiosk structures at the Frederiksted Mall, RFP for 2023 to 2025 audits, which have already been issued for the PFA, the Merchant Fund Securitization Corporation, and the Tobacco Settlement Financing Corporation. RFP for restoration of the 99 steps, which the board has adopted. An RFP for the painting of the administration building for the PFA. For the Frederiksted Mall, we expect to issue a contract to repair the storm damaged roof and a contract to build out units for PFA offices. During fiscal year 24, today the authority has made 2 critical hires, an HR manager and a procurement and contracts manager. We will continue the process to fill other critical vacancies in the business and financial management and legal and compliance units, and completion of job descriptions for all staff. We've implemented a contract numbering system and monitoring of expired business licenses for our contract holders. As I conclude, Madam Chair, I would like to express my thanks and appreciation to the PFA staff. Their continued dedication and hard work have enabled us to fulfill our mandates. This concludes my presentation on the authority's fiscal year 25 budget priorities. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to appear before this committee today. Following Director Actalin's testimony, we are available to answer any questions you or your colleagues may have.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons. Director William Actalin, you may proceed with your testimony. Please recognize the mic of Director Actalin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Donna Fred Gregory, Chair of the 35th Legislature's Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, other members of the committee, fellow testifiers, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Adrian L. Williams Actalin, Director of the Virgin Islands Office of Disaster Recovery, a subsidiary division of the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority. I'm joined by Archer Watlington Francis, Deputy Director of Finance and Compliance, and thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony before this body to discuss the funding, accomplishments, and goals for the Office of Disaster Recovery for fiscal years 2024 and 2025. Since its inception in February 2019, the Office of Disaster Recovery continues to fulfill its mission to provide federal disaster recovery fund management through the coordination of efforts across all governmental departments, semi-autonomous agencies, and private nonprofit entities. The key functions of the office include project, program, and financial management, compliance and monitoring, contract and permitting facilitation, payment processing support, and other ancillary services. The ODR executes its priorities with an emphasis to get the funds, spend them correctly. For fiscal year 2024, the Office of Disaster Recovery's total operating expenses are $10,074,195. This enabled the office to broaden its operational scope and incorporate staff from the territory's Communities Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Program. In fiscal year 2024, budget was funded by $2.5 million from the Government of the Virgin Islands General Fund and $7.6 million from federal disaster grant programs. FY 2025 operating budget summary. As the territory sets out to launch the new comprehensive territorial recovery strategy, Rebuild USVI, and tackle more complex projects, the budget incorporates the necessary resources required to support the operational scope of the Office of Disaster Recovery. ODR's FY 2025 25 budget is $15,522,020. The proposed budget will be used to manage and augment operations, including a specialized project management office. The budget covers expenses such as payroll, staff training, additional office space, and corresponding maintenance, equipment, travel, and other administrative expenses. The Super PMO adds an additional 25 full-time employees with specialized expertise to execute Rebuild USVI. Additional office space will be needed to accommodate the new unit, as well as move or consolidate operations of the other programmatic arms of ODR. Corresponding increases are also expected in building maintenance, equipment, and software, as well as professional development and training. While much of the operations is funded through the administrative costs of the federal disaster programs being supported, seed and float funds are needed to allow for drawdowns and overarching administrative support of the office's operation. Therefore, the budget request to the government of the Virgin Islands is $4 million, representing about 25% of the overall operating budget. The remaining $11.5 or $11,522,020 will be funded by federal reimbursements through FEMA, HUD, and other disaster programs. With close to $12 billion obligated to date and 28 projects left to be funded by FEMA public assistance, we expect a continuous inflow of recovery dollars circulating within the Virgin Islands economy for another 7 to 10 years. Therefore, this request for an increased budget is an investment in building the necessary capacity of our territorial operations and streamlining disaster recovery efforts. On our accomplishments, as ODR takes definitive steps to ensure the successful implementation of the Rebuild USVI initiative, continue the management of programs and staff that were transitioned under CDBG DR last November, and maintain oversight of FEMA's public assistance and hazard mitigation grants, it is imperative that we remain focused on developing results-driven solutions and seizing the next steps to ensure projects and programs are progressing. To that effect, the ODR has made significant advancement and marked notable accomplishments for fiscal year 2024 below. In February 2024, after several years of lobbying, the ODR secured a solution to one of the biggest challenges of the recovery: funding to meet the federal local match requirement. The increase in FEMA's public assistance grant program's federal cost share rate resulted in a 95% federal cost share, or 5% cost for the territory for permanent work projects, and a 98% federal and 2% local cost share for projects funded under Section 428 fixed cap grants. The ODR successfully increased original funding projections from $8 billion to $15 billion, successfully garnering an additional $7 billion in recovery dollars. As of April 30, 2024, obligations stood at $12.5 billion, an increase in $2.7 billion since December of 2023. Notable projects include the Roy Lester Schneider for $1 billion, Charlotte Amalie High School for $402 million, St. Croix Central High School $248 million, John H. Woodson $188 million, and Charles H. Emanuel for $100 million. 34 recovery projects were completed in 2023, including the successful territory-wide training initiative, Skills for Today, the WIC building at the Nude Hansen Complex on St. Thomas, and the Elaine Sproul Public Library on St. John. In the first quarter of 2024, an additional 428 projects totaling approximately $1.5 billion were approved. There are just 24 fixed cost projects left to be accepted before the September 30th, 2024 deadline, 33 less than what was reported last June. In the first quarter of 2024, the ODR tracked 6 capital projects to completion. Ribbon-cutting ceremonies were held for Kramers Park Pavilions, Cruz Bay Tennis and Orville Brown basketball courts, and the Florence Williams Public Library. The ODR has overseen the start of 7 capital projects in the first quarter of 2024 alone, totaling over $63.5 million to include the Charlotte Kimmelman Cancer Institute and the commencement of construction on the new Charles Tappy Seals Fire Station and Multipurpose Center. Rebuild USVI, a comprehensive recovery strategy to increase the pace of the recovery by building major infrastructure projects, was launched in March 2024, with solicitations for project management and construction management services to establish a super PMO office and design and construction services to qualify contractors for the construction of Bundles 1 for healthcare facilities on St. Croix and school facilities on St. Thomas in Bundle 2. Since then, ODR and the Recovery Leaders team have met all benchmarks, releasing RFPs for Bundles 1 and 2, and the RFP for project management and construction management services is currently under evaluation, and the vendor selection process should be complete by August 2024. ODR successfully transitioned the staff and programmatic operations of the Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Program from the VIHFA. Solicitations for the repair of 55 homes under the Envision Tomorrow program were released between April and May 2024. The ODR provided updates to 147 applicants of the Envision Tomorrow program on the status of their home repair and projected timelines for assistance. The line of credit has supported ODR's efforts to provide timely payments and funding to commence scoping, design, and procurement for materials, augmenting the pace of recovery projects. So far, $23.6 million has been utilized to move projects through various phases, and as of today, $48.4 million of the $100 million line of credit cap is available to continue to streamline recovery work. The Office of Disaster Recovery is committed to continuing its mission to build a resilient Virgin Islands through innovative solutions and unwavering determination to engage difficult issues. Through regular meetings with stakeholders, the ODR is constantly reevaluating processes, next steps, evaluating setbacks, assessing accomplishments, and developing comprehensive and bold actions to complete projects. Accordingly, ODR projects that approximately $474 million will be expended in FY 2025, spread across the entirety of the recovery spectrum, generating close to $23.7 million in gross receipts taxes. To meet these projections, several goals have been established as we look forward to FY 2025. ODR plans to have 100 homes in construction under the CDBG Envision Tomorrow program by the end of fiscal year 2024. To date, 35 new homes are tracking to begin construction in June, and bids were received for an additional 39 homes on June 11, 2024. Those homes are expected to be in construction in July. Another 55 homes are expected to be released for solicitation in July. Overall, an additional 200 more homes are expected to be in construction during FY 2025. The ODR plans to move several critical projects into construction phase by the end of the year, including the demolition and reconstruction of St. Croix Central High, Charlotte Amalie High School, and the Dunu redevelopment project. We anticipate that we realize the continuation of major recovery projects like the new Arthur Richards PK-8 school, which is expected to be complete in the fall of 2026, the completion of the revitalization of the Walter I. M. Hodge Pavilion by October 2024, the reconstruction of the Charlotte Kimmelman Cancer Center with an anticipated completion date in spring 2025, and the completion of 3 Head Start projects in the St. Thomas St. John district by the end of this year, 2024. But to accelerate the execution of critical projects and programs under CDBG-DR, such as the Neighborhood Revitalization Program, the Lieutenant Governor's Office Street Addressing Initiative, the Waste Management Convenience Centers, as well as the launch of the Own a Lot, Build a Home program. to launch the Super PMO and execute contracts for 4 bundles under Rebuild USVI. Rebuilding these islands from the 2017 storms and making them more resilient remains a top priority for the Brian Roach administration. The stakes are high: rebuilding homes, implementing Rebuild USVI, and finalizing the remaining 428 projects, in addition to navigating other recovery and infrastructure projects, closeouts, time extensions, audits, and the overall administration of a now $15 billion recovery. But the ODR, in collaboration with its stakeholders, is up for the task. Authorizing the requested $4 million ensures that ODR can continue its mission on the pathway to resilience through the execution of key initiatives. With your support and the partnerships established with our stakeholders, I believe we can effectively continue our work to build a resilient Virgin Islands, but we absolutely must move forward together. Navigating the myriad of complexities associated with the recovery can be daunting, but the ODR team tackles it every day, and I truly appreciate them. I want to relay a resounding thank you to them for their persistence and diligence. Their work is often hard to see, but their commitment is undeniable. I would also like to thank the PFA staff for their continuous support. Madam Chair, thanks also is due to you and the members of this body for your support and commitment to the territory's recovery and ODR in its quest to build a legacy of resilience. My team and I will remain with the PFA team to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Director William Octolin, for your testimony. Colleagues, we're going to go to I think this one will take a little longer, right? We're going to go to a 7-minute round because we have a lot to discuss with, well, these two entities are together. They're more than, could be one entity apiece. So I just have a quick question, and it's tied to the PFA proposed budget. I see that in your, I think what is this called? Request 1? That's what you call it, Request 1, budget and proposed FY25 final. Under the funding sources, because the information that we receive from OMB, while you receive local funds, there's never a breakdown of those funds. So it's very difficult for us to do any true-ups with our, any analysis rather, on the post-audit reports. But you have here gross receipt taxes requests, $5 million for FY24, and you have $5 million approved for FY24, and under general fund you have $9 million for FY24. Well, no, you have $5 million for FY25, sorry. And then under general fund, you have $9 million requested, $7 million approved for 24, and $9 million in total for the budget request. Please help me to understand the gross receipt taxes portion of the $5 million.
Certainly, Madam Chair. Excuse me. Good afternoon, Nathan Simmons. The indenture for the bonds that are issued that provides that the authority can use some of the bond proceeds for its budget, and the board approved some time back $5 million to come from the gross receipts taxes, and $5 million used to come from the matching fund. So the total budget for the PFA was $10 million. That comes straight from the trustee to the PFA. So that comes off the top from the gross receipts taxes that are collected and sent to the trustee for the debt service. The $5 million comes to the PFA annually for its budget, and the appropriation that we're requesting from the general fund as a result of the securitization, and we no longer get the $5 million from the matching fund, then we make the request for $5 million from the general fund. The additional $4 million from the general fund is for the Office of Disaster Recovery. Now, last fiscal year in 2024, we made the same request of $9 million. However, only $7 million was approved, $2.5 million for ODR, and $4.5 million for the PFA.
So, there is a lockbox for our gross receipts.
Yes.
Okay, and the $5 million is taken off the top?
Well, the $5 million is allocated from the gross receipts, yes.
Same thing, taken
Yes.
off the top.
Yes.
So the $5 million is taken off the top. Is that legislated? It has to be. I mean, is it part of the agreement? Because you said the board approved it.
It is.
But is it part of the agreement?
It is part of the indenture, yes.
So it's part of the bond
bond's
indenture.
Yes.
It's part of the bond indenture. So it is, the language is clear. The $5 million, explain it again. I want to make sure you're clear on this.
That the budget for the PFA will be funded from the proceeds of the bond issues.
Okay, good. So when you get this $5 million, what bank does it sit in?
It's in Bank of New York, the trustee bank.
Okay, good. So it's in Bank of New York. Do you do any investments with these returns that you receive?
All of the funds held at the trustee bank is invested, so those monies are being held in the not the debt service fund, but in a separate fund, the operating fund. And so, yes, all those monies are being invested, yes.
And how do we treat the interest?
The interest is accrued to the, whether it's in the debt service reserve fund or the debt service fund, all of the interest earnings are accrued against the fund that it is set up in.
So from time to time, we would get information from the governor saying, hey, we have some excess dollars in the debt reserve fund?
Yes, and from time to time, we have appropriated funds for different purposes, the last time being the $17 million for the dredging of the Charlotte Amalie Harbor.
Yeah, but you have two prongs. You have the debt service, and you said there was another
Debt
one.
service, yes, there are more than two. There's the debt service fund, the debt service reserve fund, the capital projects fund. And
No, I'm speaking specifically to the interest. Any investment that's made. So you do reinvestments, and as a result of the reinvestment, you generate additional resources, additional dollars.
Right.
So as you generate these additional dollars, that's how you stack your debt service reserve. But
the excess earnings are available to be appropriated for additional purposes. And we, from time to time, the trustee will advise us as to whether these funds are overfunded, meaning that they contain more monies than is necessary in order to service the debt. And then we would then submit whatever for appropriation, and once that's made, then we draw those funds out of the debt service reserve fund.
So do you utilize any of the interest that's tied to these projects for your operations?
No.
Okay. I want to make sure that we understand what's happening here. So no, so all of the interest, anything that's in excess, any excess earnings, that's the term, any excess earnings comes back.
Flow back to the debt account, to the debt service account.
Okay, and from time to time, we appropriate dollars from it. We just did the 17, I think 2 years ago, we did some road projects, etc.
Right, exactly.
Okay. All right, I just needed to get clarification on that. And then one of the things that we did not clearly get from you is you have your Frederiksted Mall revenue, but there's some other revenue that you collect. PFA Project Fund. Where do you account for that additional revenue? It's almost about, it should be 109,000, and it's tied to rentals. So it should be about 109. I see that there's one for Department of Tourism where they seem to have not been paying. So that would drop it down to about 82,000, and then you have some vacant spaces.
Right.
How do you use those funds?
Those funds are used to support the expenditures of the mall, and that's why it's factored in there for the $85,000. That's basically what we're projecting to collect in fiscal year 25. As you indicated, the Department of Tourism has not paid for some time, and despite our best efforts.
Yeah, but you're saying the expenditures of the mall. I want to understand. You are
the mall expenditures are substantially higher.
What are the mall expenditures, so we could understand?
It's incorporated into mall expenditure. It's incorporated into the office expenditures. We could break it out. Okay, there's a Frederiksted Mall line item there for.
So you generate X, you expend Y. So what is your let's just see your profit for this conversation? Because if you're generating revenues, you have expenses, but it's either a negative or a positive.
It's a negative. The mall is operated at a substantial loss. Only.
Okay, but
I'll get you that information.
This is the thing, right? So I think that we do this year in, year out, and the information just come to us as we work on the budget. We know that there's a Frederiksted Mall. We know their revenue is tied to it. We know their expenses associated with it. But we still don't know, we don't see the information in black and white. How is the mall doing? This is this is one of our properties, the people of the Virgin Islands, bottom line, right? So we should be able to see that information up front as we contemplate the budget, because we are not clear as to, when I do the math, I actually didn't see the Frederiksted. I guess those revenues that I saw in the rental, that's all tied to the Frederiksted Mall.
Yes.
Okay, so, and then there are expenses. So what is the expenses, what's the total expenses associated with the Frederiksted Mall?
All right. For fiscal year 23, the total revenue collected from the mall was $86,151.79. The expenses for the mall were $262,475.10. So there was an operating loss for the mall of $176,323.30.
Can you send that information to us?
Sure.
And I asked for the information because, like I said earlier, I think it's important information for all of us to know, but that makes me beg this question. What mitigating factors are we putting in place to advertise, to market the mall, etc.? And then I'm going to go to the first Senator, and we could get back to this. But you have a $176,000 delta, which I don't really see an improvement in this year coming up, because I saw the vacancies. We saw where there's one government agency that's not paying their bill, etc. So what is it that we're doing to reduce this $176,000 deficit that you're seeing on the mall?
Yeah, one of the things that we've started to do was to try and enhance the look of the mall more. We've done some renovations, some enhancements internally, some internal renovations. We've also embarked on advertising, trying to get more interest in renting the vacant spaces that are currently available at the mall. We're developing, we haven't quite put it out yet, but we're developing a marketing strategy. And one of the things that we're trying to do is to see how to get the tenants involved in this promotional strategy rather than the authority bearing the full cost of it. But recognizing that these are very small business operations, it's, we haven't yet been able to get to the point where we can put together a financing package that we think that they can afford. So we so far just been trying to attract new tenants in the mall. One of the things we need to do is to get our current tenant to pay up and timely. That's one thing. As a matter of fact, just yesterday, my staff council sent me a draft letter for me to send to them to get them to move to pay their outstanding bill. But we recognize that we need to put greater emphasis on marketing the mall. We've added entertainment on cruise ship days. We have one of those a gentleman that provides entertainment. We call him a one-man band thing. So he provides entertainment at the mall to try and attract more, and I think that's helping with the tourists. One of the things that we also have previously had conversations with the folks at tourism in terms of where they have that blockade when they block off the street, but even though it's a blockade in the street, not the sidewalk, when tourists see that, they tend not to walk up further. So we got to figure out how to block off the street, but not the tourists, and let the tourists walk up a little higher to where the mall is. So those are things that we've talked about, and we need to implement a strategy to get some of these things in place. So we recognize that this has to change. We need
you have a manager, marketing manager.
We have a business office person on St. Croix, or business analyst on St. Croix, who serves as the Frederick Said Mall manager.
Okay, all right. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Testing. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon again to my colleagues. Good afternoon, Director Simmons, Director Acton Williams, and your supporting teams there with you, and thank you so much for your testimony.
Good afternoon.
Before I go into the post audit report, let me ask, do you have a copy of the post audit report?
Yes.
You do? Okay, because on page 4 and 5 of the post audit report, the post auditor stated that basically he have not received, in terms of the government operations, he did not receive any information, federal funds. He did not receive any information as of June 13th. All of them is of June 13th. Have that changed? Have you sent the information to the post auditor?
Yes, and let me apologize to the post auditor and to the committee. We were a little tardy in sending it in, and unfortunately, when we did send it, we sent it to the committee and not to the post audit. But I think he has it now. But my apologies for sending the information in late.
Yeah, because we really depend and lean heavily on the post auditor to drill down with our line of questioning. So it's very important, to assure that he receives the information. Okay, well, nonetheless, let me go. With that being the case, let me go from the testimonies then to do my line of questioning. Director Simmons, I know when you was reading your testimony into the record on page 14, I believe you paused for a minute and you skipped this whole area from page 14, note to the government and approving and authorizing other actions in connection with the foregoing to provide funding needed to advance disaster-related recovery projects reimbursable through federal funding and other disaster-related projects, and to provide funding towards the acquisition of the propane infrastructure assets by WAPA from FITAL on June 15, 2023. A note purchase agreement dated June 15, 2023 was closed with First Bank. What were the? No, he didn't. What were the amount of that acquisition?
The propane acquisition is a total of $145 million, but the $45 million came from the loan, which we expect to close soon. So.
Okay, very well. I tell you what's important for the record because it was not done on purpose, but it happened. Let me ask Director Acton Williams, how many employees do you have?
We have a total of 55 active employees with 12 vacancies.
12 vacancies. And how much of those positions are federally funded?
All of the positions are federally supported.
Okay, very well. And those 12 vacancies, to help you with all of these projects moving forward, what are you doing to fill those positions?
We constantly advertise. If you go on our website, you would see we're always in hiring mode. Always have a number of positions that we advertise constantly.
Okay, because first of all, I appreciate not only what you're doing with disaster recovery, but what you're doing with the portion that you got in terms of the Envision program in particular, because that has been a bone of contention for me for several years. The DUNU, see where the breakdown of information, right? Like, for instance, the DUNU redevelopment project. What the breakdown in terms of funding, how much is being spent on that project? How much has been spent so far? What the anticipated
I need a second to pull it up out of the...
Fine. Amount, increased investment, etc. Because there's a budget hearing, and I know you come here all the time and you testify, but it's a budget hearing, so we need to have breakdown of information to really see where we at and how we move forward. So some information I would like to have to include the 3BGDR funding. How much funding do you have left?
So, Senator, we are working with the Housing Finance Authority to get full access to some of the financials. Okay. And that is a process that's still in place. So all of the information relative to the grantee and the fund is with the grantee. Okay,
so you're working out those kinks still?
Yes.
Basically. So we can't give us all that information at this time. Okay. Okay, let me ask you then. Your super PMO, you have 4 bundles. What's the amount of each bundle?
So the bundles are packaged in approximately $1 billion with the number of projects. So they're more or less around $1 billion phase. Remember, we are in solicitation, therefore cost and all of that is also evaluated. So The specific information on the projects, of course, we leave up to the contractors to be able to give us their best pricing.
Okay, let me ask you then, in terms of your additional space, do you have a contract, or is part of when you move to OMB? Do you have to pay for that space, and what the cost of that?
So we are looking for additional spacing for the super PMO, and we will find
One minute.
One, you have to find available space, which is not readily. There's not a plethora of places that you could actually have available. So it's whatever the market rate is that we locate.
Okay, and do you have a budget for your building maintenance, your equipment, your software, etc.? Do you have a budget, and what's those amounts?
Yes, I'll let Ms. Francis.
Good afternoon. Archer Watling and
Please recognize the mic of Ms. Bartleton Francis.
Hi, good
30 seconds.
Archer Wellington Francis, Deputy Director of Finance and Compliance. For building and maintenance for FY 2025, we have budgeted $249,000, planning for an additional space in both St. Thomas and St. Croix, and corresponding rent and utilities, $642,000 for that as well.
The 249 is per district or for both?
For both combined.
And what about software? What type of software are you
Time.
So we've included our equipment and software, so of course hardware for the additional staff as well, and that is budgeted at $294,000.
Okay, very well. In closing, Madam Chair, let me state, in terms of the projection from $8 billion to $15 billion, that's a lot of money. And I pray that we really spend every penny and assure that all of these projects are done timely and really help us in the territory in terms of economic development, recovery, and resiliency. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time. And thanks for your responses.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. I guess I'm not seeing Senator James, Senator Fonseca. Did I acknowledge the presence of Senator Carl J. Joseph? Thank you for being here, Senator Joseph. We're going to go to Senator DeGraff. You're next. You're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Okay, good. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you and listeners present. Mr. Simmons, I just believe that semi is PFA, semi-autonomous agency?
We are autonomous.
Right. So how come you actually, with all the funding that you have and go through, you could actually fund your own agencies, yours and ODR?
Senator, the PFA does not generate any specific revenue. We don't, we don't provide like a service. The only revenue we would generate is when we issue bonds, we would charge an administrative fee, and that administrative fee is used for operations. For some operations, in many instances in the past, that administrative fee has actually been used to fund projects. So, so we don't really have a revenue stream like WAPA charges for electricity or Port Authority charges for Port Authority services. We get our funding from the bond proceeds, as was explained earlier, from the bond proceeds for both the matching fund and the gross receipts tax bonds. However, since we did the securitization and utilized all of the matching fund revenue to go towards the GRS, there was not enough revenues remaining to fund the PFA budget as was normally done in the past, and hence why we're here for a general fund appropriation.
Right, but that's only out for one set of bonds. You collect interest. You collect millions of dollars of interest.
But we can't use those monies like that. The indenture allows us to fund a reasonable cost to support our operations, but we can't, for instance, we can't fund ODR from the bond proceeds.
Okay, so
because they're
now-
not related to the issue of the bonds.
Okay, so PFA has how many employees?
PFA has 14 employees.
Okay, so with those 14 employees, they're not unionized?
No.
Okay, so do you have where they have upward mobility and able to receive wage increases on a regular?
The board authorizes wage increases from time to time.
Right, and I've been here for 8 years, so they've done it before.
Given wage increases?
Correct.
Yes, I think the last
So-
increase was in 2022.
Okay, so ODR Director Williams, how are you doing today?
Doing well.
You say you had 50-something employees?
56.
And how
Yeah.
does your employees get wage increases and upward mobility?
Our budget is a part of the PFA. So it is incorporated, and any projected raises will then be presented to our board of directors, and it's processed that way.
Right, and when ODR originally began, they didn't have that many employees.
No,
You
we
expanded
based on, yes.
to accomplish the mission that we have before us.
Absolutely.
Right, so PFA could fund itself. It's probably not structured that way now, but PFA can structure it, can fund itself. It's an autonomous entity, not a semi-autonomous. So, Director, yes.
If I may clarify, Senator, PFA has provided funding to ODR from its inception after the federal grant ran out. What I'm saying is that we can't fund them on a regular basis because our funding comes from the use of the gross receipts taxes, which are tied to the bonds. We can't fund ODR from that source.
I got that.
And we have no other stream to fund ODR.
We look into it. But Director Williams, you know, one of my favorite questions to you is, how many shovel-ready projects do we have? We have projects, you've listed off several, but how many shovel-ready? You mentioned about building homes in July, starting, or in June. How many shovel-ready do we have? And about the homes, let's address the homes. The homes being shovel-ready, where I heard you mention June and July.
Okay, so you want, well, let's separate them.
Yeah,
I'll do the construction projects.
Okay.
So we have 108 projects that's currently in the construction phase, and we have 187 projects that are in the design phase. And we have 43 of those projects that's out to bid right now.
Okay, so
For construction.
The 43 out of bid would be the shovel-ready ones.
Yes.
So only 43 we have.
We have 43, but don't forget we have 108 in construction right now.
Okay. Okay, so now we
Okay.
mentioned about the homes.
Yes.
Where I told you about when you said you get 100 homes. How
Yes.
many are we on schedule to have by the end of this calendar year?
So at the end of this calendar year, with the 100 homes, we're on target to have 100 homes in construction. And when I was here the last time, I told you that we would have 25. You said if I had 25 homes, I told you I had 25 homes.
1 minute.
We have 35 homes right now that are with the contractor to be able to mobilize.
Okay, so what's the breakdown per island?
Most of them are on St. Croix. And I'll have to get that.
Yeah, okay, and that's fine. I don't have a problem, as long as we try to get some homes built. Okay, so that's 35 being built, my
That's
understanding?
35 right now that we're giving to the contractor. There's nothing else for them to do but to have a a
30
pre-construction
seconds.
hearing and issue the notice to proceed. And then we have another 55 homes.
65.
We have another, in addition to that, we have another 55 homes that the bids just came in that we need to evaluate and issue to get the homes into construction.
So is that paramount and filling out your vacancies that you have to get that done, or based on what the staff that you have now can get that accomplished?
Well, we're currently interviewing. We had interviews yesterday for housing specialists as well as construction managers and as well. So we are ramping up. We should have more staff. The plan is to have more staff on board by the first week of July.
Time.
Okay, so finally, by December 31st, 2024, 100 homes.
100 homes. That's a goal. Mission
That's
100.
Mission 100.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. So we received the expenditure and budget projections for FY20. The expenditures and the projections for 25. But when we print this, we cannot read it. We have to look at this on our screen, which is kind of making it a little difficult to follow on in the meeting. I'm not certain how y'all could fix this report, but it's very difficult. Once you print it, you can't do much with it. You can't read it. So I think I'm trying to get clearly what we have to separate these two entities, okay? The administration of the Public Finance Authority, based on what I'm seeing here, the FY 2024, we have 23. We have to start looking at comparing years because we don't get enough information to make a decision, an informed decision when we're dealing with PFA. So right now, PFA has the approved amounts for 24, the expenditures to date, the projections, projected expenditures, etc. But we don't really have any. We'll have to go back and pull up other budget documents for 23. And I may just ask the post auditor to do that because we need to see the information. So your 2025 projections for the administration of the Public Finance Authority is $5,053,284, which is in an addition of 1.7 million. Is that correct? So you need an additional $1.8 million in FY23, but in FY25, but in FY24, you're only projecting that you're going to spend 3.1, and OMB would release all of your money. So we need to clearly understand what you are carrying over year on year, or if you're carrying over funding year on year. Because you're asking for additional money, but we don't really have a good snapshot of your financials. What is the financial health of the Public Finance Authority year on year? I mean, at minimum, we should be able to go back a few years. Over the 5-year period, are we carrying over money year on year? Or are we seeing a loss and, having to fill the delta? We don't know. So, the legislature is not operating from a place or making a decision from a place of knowing. having the information. And then we have the professional service agreements, and all of these agreements are tied to the PFA proper. That's correct? Professional service agreements. Frederick said retail mall, you have a professional service agreement there for, you're projecting $385,000 this year. Last year it was $250,000. Like, what's the reason for those types of increases? So $250,000, I mean, you by your own admission, you share that the PFA is, I mean, the Frederick said mall has some challenges as far as revenues versus expenses, but we are now seeing a $135,000 increase in a professional service. You have consultancy services. I mean, we have to know what these things are because we are appropriating these funds, and as you are aware, the obligations that were previously tied to the excise taxes, which is what we call the rum cover over funds, are now placed on the general fund. And, you know, this will be the third or fourth year that we've gotten from the central government that we will see increases in the gross receipt taxes as a result of projects. But we are not seeing that. So, and then we're hearing that, you know, there's a deficit that we have to consider for this fiscal year, which is some $91 million, and not because this is cash. This is not that we're not generating the revenues, but we have so much carryover obligations that it's now stacking. So it's creating, and Mr. Simmons, you would know what I'm saying, is creating a structural deficit because of all of the mounting carryovers and the available till expended, et cetera, continues to mount. So we have to get some more information from, because we operating in the dark here. I mean, when it comes to your budget, I mean, I could ask you questions around the line of credit, et cetera, and those different things, but when it comes to your need, I don't really see that in front of us. So I'm somewhat concerned about that. I'm going to go to the next senator.
If I may, Senator.
You can go ahead.
Yeah. One of the things we must keep in mind, and you refer to it, that we were self-funded before. So you don't have that historical data because we didn't come to the legislature for any funding. The monies came directly to us from the matching fund and from the gross receipts taxes. So the $10 million budget that we've had for some time is basically, you know, was coming to us not through legislative appropriation. So you didn't have that historical data. So that's would account for the lack of information, as you put it. But certainly, we can provide whatever information you would like to get that you don't have. But remember that as we ramp up ODR, the support for the ODR rebuild process and procurement and payment and everything has to also be ramped up. So if you notice, our vacancies, which is primarily the increase that you're looking at in that administration subtotal, is primarily in filling the vacant positions. So we will be filling about 10 vacant positions. We've already started that process, and most of them will be filled before the end of this current fiscal year. So in fiscal year 25, we expect that a substantial amount of those vacancies will be already filled.
So, based on the response, ODR, how much, I think you said it earlier, but I did not, I don't know where I wrote it. How much are you anticipating that you will receive in administrative costs from these projects?
Archer Watlington Francis. We are now budgeting for $7 million from our federal reimbursements to cover our budget.
So,
Sorry, that was 24. 25, it's 11.5.
so 11.5 million.
Yes.
And you're projecting your total personal cost to be what?
Salaries and fringe benefits will cover about $13.4 million of that.
Okay, so Senator Blyden has a point of information, but we need to get a clear breakdown. I don't know if it's here, because like we said, the information came to us late, but we need to get a breakdown of your overall, all your categories. We're going to go through it before we leave, but we still need it in writing. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your point of information, and we're going to go to Senator Francis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Williams Actolin, in respect to federal grants and the Envision program, Envision for Tomorrow program, when does that grant expire, and are any of those funds in jeopardy?
So Envision Tomorrow is in the DR tranche of funding. That 2026 is the deadline.
2026. How much funds do we have left in that fund?
We're going to pull that up.
And while you're putting it up, quickly while you're putting it up, I don't want to waste any time. I just want to add, that in respect to that program, though, because with all that's going on, and as you know, some of those folks have died while waiting to have their homes repaired. And I appreciate what you're doing in that space since you got on board to run that program. I just wanted to put it on the record that you have done a lot. Can you give us a quick update while we're waiting on that information, please? Do you mind, Madam Chair?
What did I do with my budget? Go ahead.
Are you sure? Oh,
You may
Envision?
proceed. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So the Envision program, what we started by doing is to project. We had Mission 100, and also to get the projects for under the contract with persons. The persons contract, we have 147 families that we intend to begin the process with or get into construction by August. We had a number of changes that we need to make in order to enhance and provide some confidence for the contractors. The 2 solicitations that we've put out, we had a overwhelming response in terms of interest. Part of the issues that we had on our first solicitation, we were only able to award 15 contracts because the contractors did not submit the necessary documentation. We've put it out again and spent a little bit more time in making them understand what's required to support and timely payments as well. So we now have, moving forward, the homes that we put out to bid, as well as the homes with persons. And one of the issues that we're having too is being able to find relocation support for some of the elderly. That's our next challenge. We have people who we're ready to set a date, and they're saying, well, I don't have any place to go. I don't have any place to move to. I don't have anyone to move me. So that's our next big hurdle that we're trying to resolve, because we're at the point now where we're ready to start construction, and they're unable to find location for them to replace. So,
Go ahead. Regarding the funding, the current budget that was available for the Envision program is $245 million. As of May, $43.8 million has been expended. We have $201.5 million left for the program.
$201 million left?
Yes.
And you have until 26 to spend those funds?
Yes. One of the challenges that we're seeing is that the cost for construction, of course, the cap that we have is $350,000 by HUD. If within the program that was represented to HUD, if we exceed that cap, we have to get special authorization. And some of the homes are definitely exceeding that amount, but again, that's just a challenge that we're trying to find an overarching solution to.
Okay, very well. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I'll deep dive when it comes to my hearing. Thank you so much.
You said the expiration was September 30th of 25?
26.
No, 26. So you have 2.5 years to spend this money? All right, I'm certain that Senator Blayden will discuss this in his committee. Senator Francis Jr., you recognize for your 7 minutes.
Madam Chair, Senator James is back if you wanted to go ahead and recognize him.
You may proceed, Senator.
Thank you. Good afternoon to the team PFA and certainly team ODR, and thank you very much for your testimony. So a couple of questions, and I'll just go to ODR first of all. Director Octolin, in respect to the Envision Tomorrow, I know you spoke about the number of homes that's now in the contractor's hand, but I'm still concerned, or I wanted to ask you, what is the continued oversight while those contractors are working on these homes? I don't think it's just sufficient for us to turn them over to them, but we still need to establish that there's some timeline and, you know, continue to maintain some control. Can you speak to the crosswalk between the ODR and the contractors to make sure that these homes are done in a timely fashion?
Yes, Senator, that's one of the key things that we've been focusing on, ensuring that our construction managers are doing periodic visits, having engagement with the contractors, and we have also provided working on providing additional training to the contractors. That's the plan, as well as even our construction managers. We are hiring additional construction managers as the program ramps up, but those are all the plans to ensure that we're on site at least once per week, and definitely during major activity like pours or anything that will be sealed up, that our construction managers are on site. And then we're also establishing a change order process that will help to streamline and keep projects moving. One of the issues we found was that the change order process was taking a very long time, and one of our employees highlighted to me last week that this is the first time that we do not have any change orders pending, because we have process and being able to keep the construction moving. So those are all the things that we endeavor to keep moving forward.
Okay, as well as I heard you talk about some of the difficulties in terms of the rental assistance and rental support to move these families out, because we're talking about rebuilt construction. What is being done to support? I know that we had the rental assistance program. Does that still continue? I just got an email up to this morning from our favorite Sinjonia, and I'm sure she sent to all of us. What is being done to support making sure that there is some rental assistance available to those individuals that have to be displaced?
So one of the very first things we need to do there is the program has established and set forth in the action plan. There are aspects of the relocation process that needs to be finalized, established in terms of the process and the approvals. Without that, by our ensuring that our process is in line with HUD that allows for relocation, some of those costs may not be eligible. So that's what we're doing right now. I'm trying to ensure that we have a relocation approved policy so that we can address those people that have hardships to be able to get relocation assistance and have it be eligible to the program.
And can you give us a quick status on the bundle 1 and 2 and you rebuild USVI? Where are we in that phase at this point?
This week, we have site visits from the contractors for both bundle 1 on St. Croix and bundle 2 on St. Thomas. So the solicitation process is progressing.
Okay, and that also includes the super PMO?
The super
component?
PMO is currently under evaluation. It's with the evaluation committee.
Okay, thank you. Director Simmons, in respect to the PFA, well, first of all, let me ask you, you're the one that handles the Garvey funds?
Good afternoon, Senator. Yes, Garvey bonds are under the PFA, yes.
Yeah. Do we have any liquidity in the Garvey bonds at this time?
No, all of the bonds that were issued have been allocated to different projects.
Okay, and we have not paid down any of that that give us some additional room. I'm trying to find some way of being able to address our road crisis territory-wide, especially here in St. Croix. I know that we have earmarked $5 million in our budget for roads as well as some additional funding, but these roads are certainly terrible, to say the least. I'm trying to find some money. So there's nothing within the Garvey funds at this time to address that.
Well, the capacity issue is a question for the Department of Public Works regarding the allocation of the revenues that they get for road projects, because that's the funding source that's allocated to the repayment. So we could have that conversation in terms, because I don't know how those revenues are allocated for the different road projects, but that's a conversation that we could have.
Okay, I'll certainly take you up on that, and of course we'll bring in Public Works. What is the amount of per diem payment expended by PFA during this last fiscal year?
We'll have to give you that information, Senator. We don't have that offhand. The per diem paid to employees for travel?
No, I was kind of looking at those, the board members and those others.
Our board members do not get paid anything. We take off any expenses that are incurred in the performance of their responsibilities, but they don't get the $75 per diem. No, they don't get that.
The non-governmentals don't get per diem?
No.
Okay.
It's a matter that something we need to take a look at, quite frankly. But they have. I'm
surprised that that's not happening. I thought they were eligible for it as well.
Yeah.
So tell me right now, what are some of the challenges that you're facing in respect?
1 minute.
Before my time ran out, I really wanted to ask about the compliance issues with Lime Tree. Are we in compliance, or Lime Tree in compliance with what's required of them in terms of payments, one, as well as their commitment to support our nonprofits and organizations and their contributions to the government of the Virgin Islands?
30 seconds.
Yeah, Ocean Point is current with its charitable contributions to the nonprofits. They're very good with that. They've had some difficulties with the variable terminal payments, but they've all caught up and have entered into a true-up agreement to pay some outstanding amounts. So we consider that current because they're adherent to the agreement.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you very much for the time. My time has been called. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Senator Francis. So just going back to the question that Senator Francis asked with regards to the debt service, do you see excess earnings on the Garvey bonds? Is there opportunity for us to see excess earnings and utilize those earnings for said projects that the Senator mentioned?
I would have to look at the account to see how the earnings. I believe the earnings are added back to the total balance, but I need to take a look at that. I can't offhand. I can't say for sure.
Okay, if you could look at that and send that to us, or just give us the update on that, because it's a reasonable question.
Yes.
Yes, so that it's important for us to know. But let me just also say that somewhere about 2022 or 2022, I think saw it in your report. We had some excess, I think it was $22 million or something like that. Probably more than that.
We did some road projects with about $20 million a couple of years ago.
But as I look at it, those projects are not, there's still zero. There's no money expended from them. Those road projects are still sitting there with no obligations, no expenses rather against them. So hence the reason why we're seeing the challenges that we have with our roads. We know, I guess once Public Works gets here, because you really can't respond to why the projects aren't moving.
Ms. Nichols is there. Ask her about
the
specific projects. I don't.
I have to pull it up. You send it to us. I have to pull it up. If you check your email, boy, I don't remember which tab it is. But I saw it earlier. Outstanding. That's the one Senator Joseph had. Schedule of capital, yes. So there, Lord. Miss Nicholas. Nichols or Nicholas? Nicholas.
Nicholas.
Yes. So we have some projects here where we're still seeing zero expenditures under Public Works. I could give you one. I really wish I could see one in St. Croix. Rattan Road. Rattan. $3 million. Rattan Road, Road 74, $3 million. Expended to date, $0.
That is correct, Senator. That design is being developed in-house as we speak.
Okay, and then there's a couple other that says, it doesn't give the specific road, but it says road paving stripping is like 400. It's I would say about $500,000 for road paving and stripping, $0 expended thus far. So the senator's concern is valid, and there's a few more that I'm seeing. Senators, you should have received the email because we got it today, I think, or last evening, with the outstanding. What's the status of the Mahogany Road, Road 75? I see that amount was set aside for $12.5 million, and we've expended $600,000, so there's a balance of $11.9 million.
Mahogany Road, we are re-advertising for the construction services, Senator.
So we spend $600,000 for what purpose?
For design.
For the design. Wow. Okay, so we have to drill on this another time. I will, we don't really call down the PFA. I guess this could, the infrastructure committee, we probably need to have a deeper dive conversation with the Department of Public Works with regards to these particular projects. But there are other projects that are not tied to Public Works that we're seeing zero expenditure. We're seeing this other one, the Scott-Free Road. We did this in May of 2021, $400,000, zero expended. There's just a couple of them, but there's a lot. So that's why we're seeing what we're seeing with the roads. What is the real challenge with getting these projects up and running, particularly these road projects? Ms. Nicholas.
General Senator, it is allocation of staff and prioritization. There are a lot of projects. Balancing our road projects with our capital improvement projects is a difficult challenge. And so it's a matter of design reviews and then preparing the solicitation package and ultimately sending to the Department of Property and Procurement for solicitation.
Yeah, I just think that we are at the point, at the juncture where we need to implore different strategies to get these projects moving. I know we have our respective departments, but we may need external support to get these projects moving because, to your point, we just have limited resources. So, Director Octolin has this, I kind of went back and forth with him on this bundling, but we may need to consider a similar approach so we could get our roads to fix. I know she over there smiling. She says she finally get it. No, I don't. But this one is an easy one. Seriously though, we may need to consider similarly so how we get these road projects done. Because clearly, some of them sitting on the books from, I think, 20, I see in this one, the one that I see here that jump out is 2021. We may have to look at it like that.
If I may, Senator, there is horizontal road projects in the Rebuild USVI program. And when DPW does have their budget hearing next week, you will hear updates on several road projects, especially in the District of St. Croix, that will, you will see much work in the very near future.
Okay, and we'll wait to hear that conversation. But that still don't rule out the consideration of doing similar with bundling some of these projects so we could see the roads getting fixed. Director Acklin, I want to go back to this Envision program. I was a little peeved with my colleague when he asked the question because I was like, man, this ain't got nothing to do with his budgetary, but it does. So there is $245 million that was available. You spent $43.8 million, give or take. How many homes did you fix?
So the report from the Housing Finance Authority, as we just assumed this program in November of 2024, there were 30 homes completed.
Director Actelin. On average, let's say you said 350. I'll give you 400. I'll give you 400,000.
All of it is in direct construction costs, though, Senator.
Tell me what the rest is.
The rest, construction costs and administrative costs, it supports everything: salaries, design work, any work that comes out of Envision, advertising, marketing, everything.
Okay, so let me ask you. So a project that's a home that's being rebuilt, the design is separate from the construction costs?
This design, so there's a staff augmentation contract that it comes separate from the construction costs, yes.
Yeah, but 30 homes at 400 is about 12 million. You said we spent 43.8 million.
Yes, there was the contract with Horn and other contracts executed by the Housing Finance Authority that expended funds from the allocated amount from the program over the last several years.
I mean, I know that you are new. This has been all sent over to you, but I hope that we reflect on our lessons learned, because this is a lot of money, and that we could have seen a lot more Virgin Islanders being helped for this kind of money that we already spend.
Absolutely, Senator. When the first thing that with ODR did is you had to go back and streamline and understand where the issues were. It took a couple of months to be able to untangle what the overarching problems were. Unfortunately, as you mentioned, there's a lot of money that was expended. We've fix the process where we should not be expending that amount of money. Some of it can be staff, and creating a process flow that once the contractors get used to this, then, it's repetitive just with another batch of homes, and you keep moving it through. The mistakes with scoping, there were mistakes that were done. So short answer to your question, yes. We have looked at the pitfalls from the past, and we're correcting them and moving it forward.
Yeah, this is a very concerning one here.
It is can I just say this?
It's very
This is
concerning.
a tremendous, sometimes unnecessary, but the requirements to be able to move all these homes simultaneously and get tier twos, the environmental for every single home to go through. And if you have a change order, then the change order has to go back through environmental. It is administratively burdensome. So we have to be very, very keen and on process in order to move all those homes within the given time.
So internally, now that you've taken it over, how are you standing up the operations to ensure that you are not we are not finding ourselves in this similar situation moving forward?
So where we need consultant support with the environmentals, we've done that. FEMA has provided some additional funding for us to manage all the recovery funds, and we have AECOM and Jacobs Engineering under contract with FEMA that they have loaned to us. So we've been utilizing those. They're engineers with a lot of experience that are helping us to structure a lot of this, and then also having discussions with DPNR, because that's a challenge as well, that in order when the tier twos come in, that we can get them to be processed timely. And then payments. ODR goes up to the point, we are still a sub-recipient. So HFA is still a grantee. So they cut the checks and they finalize the environmentals.
All right, Senator Javon James Sr., you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. To the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority, you mention on page 13 in the section that speaks to procurement, the turnaround company, Ernst & Young, and it was mentioned that the board approved the contract awarded on June 5th, 2024. And my question is, did anyone object to that vote? And if so, what was that objection about? Or was it all across the board where everyone voted yes?
Was there an objection? Good afternoon, Senator. I don't think there was an objection. I don't recall anyone objecting to it.
Just want to make sure so everyone is in harmony when it comes to Ernst & Young. Because I wasn't there when the vote went down, but obviously it got approved, and I just want to make sure on the record that we have an understanding of what transpired in those meetings. So the last thing that you said in that same section of the procurement on page 13 is the board approved the contract awarded on June 5th, 2024. What can this body and the people of the Virgin Islands expect? I know a press release was sent out, but what can we expect next?
Hello.
So you don't sit down and eat up my time?
Good afternoon, Laura Lee Farrington, Staff Council. In terms of what comes next, Senator, this was a procurement based on a legislative mandate, so we are following that legislative.
I just want to know what's next. I know about the mandate. What's next?
Oh, okay. Well, the next is a contract, and after the contract, then
I voted for.
Yeah, after the contract, then they'll be proceeding in accordance with the scope of work as set forth by the legislature.
All right. As far as timelines, projections, those are the kind of answers I would like to know. I know about the legislative mandate. I voted for it. I'm in full support of it.
Okay, well, the timelines are in that mandate. It requires within 120 days, they provide the legislature a report, and 60 days after that, recommendations. So we are following that as far as timeframes for the performance of the scope of work.
And within the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority, is there a specific person or persons who will be tasked with making sure that this move forward, or is it a collective effort? Please on the record, please.
In terms of the contract, there will be individuals assigned from both the contractor and the authority to facilitate the administration of the contract.
Yes, but I want to know names, like who within.
In regards to PFA, will probably be between, Mr. Simmons and myself. We have not gotten the identified persons for EY as yet.
I don't like the word probably, but probably we might get an update from you at a later time. Thank you. As far as the hotel development program, I saw where we have, and let's be clear, I don't get involved in the St. Thomas St. Croix thing, but there's a hotel development program. I just need to know, yes or no, is there any talks of anyone doing business on the island of St. Croix to get a new hotel or any kind of hotel development with this hotel development program, yes or no?
I am not aware of any hotel developer that has approached the EDA for participation in the program on St. Croix.
All right, and the reason why I'm asking these questions in a budget hearing, of course, we are looking for revenues. And as we speak about a hotel development program, I just need to make sure that we can see some movement there. I don't want to speak too much on what's really on my mind, but I know sometime back, Executive Director for Port Authority was trying to attract hotels on St. Croix. But you already answered the question, and thank you for placing that on the record. On page 15, you mentioned that you want to get a procurement and contracts manager. How close are you to, or you say has made 2 critical hires. So when that procurement and contracts manager came on board?
About a month and a half ago.
And who is that person?
Micaria Vieira.
And as far as the priorities set by the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority for the procurement and contracts manager, what are some of those priorities so we can make sure that we follow the conversation within the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority?
Anthony Farrington, you think?
Well, the priorities right now are the priorities of the Office of Disaster Recovery. You heard Director Williams talk about the bundling projects as well as the Envision projects. Those right now are the priority projects that are ongoing in the procurement division.
Thank you for placing that on the record. And I saw here where you reference Act 8701 on page 14 that speaks to the $100 million line of credit specifically to advanced disaster-related recovery projects and that are reimbursable through federal funding. So my question to ODR is, how is that coming along and how are we monitoring what is due to us as far as reimbursement?
Archer Watlinson Francis. Archer Watlinson Francis.
30 seconds.
We've currently drawn, in reference to projects, $23.6 million from the line of credit. To date, we've reimbursed $19.1 million of those dollars.
who within ODR is keeping track of that? Is it a team of individuals or one person?
It is under the Deputy Director of Finance and Compliance, my team, and I do have a senior financial analyst assigned to lead this effort.
Thank you for placing that on the record. And as far as the advance payment of the $45 million, the PFA, everything was satisfied with that, if I'm not mistaken, and everything went well with that. Is there anything else that needs to be done by this body anytime soon when it comes to that subject of the acquisition of the propane infrastructure, or is it going to take some time?
Senator, the approval from HUD is what's pending so that the funds can be reimbursed to the line of credit and then make the additional payments. And those are the next steps that we're tracking.
Yes, fully understand what you're talking about, but I just want to make sure that as we speak about this budget and we speak about a line of credit, that yes, we were able to satisfy the $45 million, meaning with through conversations, but anytime soon will you guys be coming to this body to add on to making sure that we satisfy the acquisition of the propane infrastructure for Vital? Just a simple yes or no.
At this point, no.
All right. And I hope it stays that way because as we speak about all these deficits within government, the $90 million, and the list goes on, we have to be very mindful of our outstanding debts. I must admit, the Brian Roach administration have done quite some work when it comes to reducing the debt, of course, with the help of the legislature of the Virgin Islands. But I just want to make sure that as we focus on reducing our financial obligations, that we work together and just make sure that there are no surprises during this election, and then you're pointing a gun to our head saying, hey, do this, and then have everybody saying that the senators and them don't want to do it. You know how that go, but hey, I pray for my colleagues, buddy. I love Ayo. The network system security, PFA, you mentioned that you're going to install a multi-point solution that connects all of PFA and ODR. If somebody can just speak to me as far as the financing to be able to do so, I'm assuming that all of that is placed within the budget, or is it going to be done in phases?
I believe that was accomplished already. Go ahead.
Joy Wheatley, Comptroller. Senator, that was completed. It was at a cost of $1,992 to connect all the components together.
Okay, you see, when I saw network system security, I was thinking a lot of money, but that was a simple project, and it would have been nice if could have at least seen the dollar figure. But thank you for just placing that on the record. And as far as the contracts, I'm not sure if my time was called.
Yeah, it's been called like 3 minutes ago, Senator. It was called
Okay,
about 3 minutes ago, but you could wrap up. You can wrap up. It's okay, wrap up.
Okay. As far as Port Hamilton refining and transportation, you said as of March 10, 2023, Crucian Energy Holdings acquired a controlling interest in Port Hamilton refining and transportation, and you also went on to say the government has yet to be notified of any definite plans by Port Hamilton Refining and Transportation to restart the refinery. And I also want to simply ask a simple question: are we going to move forward with a refinery, or is it going to be in a different direction, or is it too early to decide that? And the reason why I'm asking that, I just need to make sure that we understand the future of the South Shore of the Virgin Islands as we try to diversify and make sure that we have revenues coming into the government coffers.
Senator, Port Hamilton is the owner of the infrastructure at the refinery, and as far as I understand, they're still intent on having a refinery restart.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. I don't want to abuse my time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator James Sr. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your point of information.
Yes. Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the previous speaker brought up a very salient point relative to the line of credit. And we know that a portion of the line of credit, which is $100 million, minus the 45 million, went towards expediting and the disaster recovery projects. In the discussion that we held here in this committee with the overview, the budget overview, the then director of the Office of Management and Budget indicated that about 15 million had been repaid of the 70 million that was sent or given, and that did not include the 45. So there was a 10 million difference, and I had asked for a listing of that 10 million dollars that went towards the disaster recovery projects. Did you send that listing to us as requested, Ms. Williams-Octolin?
Senator, I thought that I responded. I didn't understand that you wanted a listing, but we can provide you a listing today.
Yeah, it was through the chair because this money is supposed to be reimbursed. So I want to understand how long, because that's $10 million with the line of credit based on what the director then indicated. So how long does it take us, $10 million sitting, to get it back and pay off the line of credit?
Well,
how long does it normally take you?
It varies. It varies with the funding source that we need in order to get it back. The longest pole in the tent is usually the HUD funds. We've expedited EPA funds, PA funds, hazard mitigation funds. Those come back within probably about 60 days. 16. We project them out at 120 days. We call those the ones with the greatest risk. But typically the ones that we just need to advance to make sure that we make the payment during the given time takes about 60 days.
60 days. Okay, so I would like to see in the breakdown that you sent, of course, what activity was used, who the contractor was, and the funding source and the amount, and when it was sent to the cognizant agency, whether it is FEMA or it is HUD or whatever other cognizant agency that you have, that the date it was sent to them.
No problem.
To be reimbursed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So that's a clear through the chair request. So basically, you're asking, I think when Senator James asked, what was the amount that you said you've expended from it thus far? You did give a number. I just didn't write it down. About
23.6 million.
And you repaid?
19.1, so even more since the last hearing.
Okay, so that's only $3 million.
Yes.
Give or take, so it's not 10 million like we're.
No.
Okay, so how long does it take for the funds to be returned?
So as Director Williams just
To be
said,
drawn now.
it varies based on the funding source, but even since the opening of the budget hearing last week, we had 2 repayments, one from WAPA and one from Waste Management that were pending.
Okay. So let me ask, when we moved the legislation, we said that the interest rate was not to exceed 9%. What is the interest rate on these on this line of credit?
I think it's either 6 or 6.5%. So it's 2% over the CD rate that's collateralizing it. But I'm not sure what the CD rate is now. I think it was 4.5% at the time, so it would be 6.5%. But that rate may have gone down. I'm not sure.
So is it a fixed interest rate?
It's 2% over the rate that we earn on the certificate deposit.
I see. So you said it's about 6 to 6.5%?
6.5% was the rate initially.
Okay. All right. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and a special welcome to the distinguished panel. We have Ms. Watlington Francis, Ms. Adrian Williams Actillin, Mr. Simmons, Ms. Wheatley, and Laurelie Farrington, and those on St. Croix. You know, this is really exciting. I was trying to figure out whether I should ask Adrian first or Nathan first, because both of them going to take up my 7 minutes. So I got a strategy. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with Mr. Simmons first, right? Because, you know, and I want to tell you publicly, right? You're a genius, and I wish more Virgin Islanders went into the economics and finance field that you're in, because that's very important, because, you know, we run on money, you know, it needs money. So I want to ask you, right, and I'm asking you because I don't really know. Okay, so with the matching funds revenue, right, we generated 22 million gallons of alcohol, and at the 1050 we got the $231 million with the matching fund. We're trying to get the 1325, which would be 291 million. So that would be, if we can get that, we will get an additional $60 million from Congress, right?
From Interior, yes.
Okay. Okay, so now with the Caribbean Basin Initiative Fund, it appears to me, and you correct me if I'm wrong, that Puerto Rico gets a better deal than the Virgin Islands. How do you feel about that?
Well, Senator, the formula that was set back whenever it was set in the 1980s, I believe, was based on, we believe, because we weren't involved at that time, but we believe it was based on the volume of rum that was being sold in the U.S. by each territory. And at that time, of course, Puerto Rico was significantly more rum shipped to the United States than the territory. That changed in 2012 when Diageo started producing rum on St. Croix. However, the way the formula is written, it doesn't speak to any production formula. It just says that this is the maximum Puerto Rico will get, and this is the minimum that the Virgin Islands can receive. But nowhere in there does it say, you know, what mechanism might be in there to change it. We have initially had some conversations with folks in D.C. At the time, it was thought that there was so much concern regarding the use of the cover over that we didn't want to throw any more darts at Puerto Rico by trying to, you know, suggest that we should be getting a bigger share of the Caribbean Basin Fund. But it is a conversation that eventually we're going to have with Treasury to see, you know, on what basis are they maintaining the formula the way it is.
Okay, I can understand that. So let me go quick to Ms. Adrian Octalin. Okay, and you know, I agree with what the chairwoman was just saying, right? We're going to really have to do something like out of the box to get these projects moving. because I read somewhere that we in this fiscal year, we're going to spend about $443 million, right? But you know, if you look at that in the scope of the funding, it's going to take us 22 years to spend the money. So we'll be here in 2046. We'll be here in 2046 and the money still ain't spent. So, Madam Chair, I'm fully in agree. We got to speed that up. So I want to ask you real quickly, right? The waterfront apron and the Charlotte Amalie High School, are those projects fully funded? What is holding those up now?
The Charlotte Amalie High School is, the contract is in the final stages of being executed.
That's the design or the build contract?
For the build.
For
yes,
the build?
for reconstruction.
Oh, wow, awesome. How about the waterfront apron?
So the waterfront is being funded by a number of different funding sources. The DPW got a RAISE grant, and also funding will be supplementing that project from the hazard mitigation grant funds as well as HUD mitigation dollars. So the goal is to get all of the funding done by September of this year so they can begin the first phase to have Eastern Federal Lands to start that project.
Okay. I got to ask you about St. John Katrina Borg, because around this time, so last year, there were a lot of poopla. And part of the reason why I supported that project was because there was an apparent pending possible commitment from the federal government to fund that school. What's the status? Do we have a commitment now from the federal government?
Yes, that is the next bundle that we want to get out. The goal is to have that bundle out late August. We want to make sure that we execute the first two, so that if there are any lessons learned, that we can incorporate it in that bundle. But the St. John bundle is next. That includes the school and Myra Keating.
Okay, and I don't want to, give numbers to the contractors, right? But those three projects alone is about $300 million. You can see what Madam Chair was saying. Just those three projects is about $300 million. So to get them moving, it has to be something that help. And then you don't even want to talk about the hospital, which is another $1 billion. So we need to do something. What recommendations you have, Ms. Akhtalin, because you've been in the position now. How can we help you to move these projects?
Well, I mean, the Rebuild USVI is the model that we've developed to be able to push the projects with the bundles. Having contractors that can actually be able to execute multiple projects at the same time and have solutions for housing, solutions for some of the other challenges that we have for the Virgin Islands. So that is the plan. They're able to expedite projects a lot faster, utilizing all of the resources. We put together the St. John bundle from multiple industries, just because St. John has its own uniqueness, and the solutions should be island-centric rather than industry-centric. So that's why we're moving forward. But in 2025, we expect that all these bundles will be moving at the same time. We'll have a different problem. It won't be the spending of the money problem. It'll be how do we spend it fast enough with all these multiple projects going on.
Okay. Well, maybe you could work with Mr. Simmons, right? Because the legislature authorized 100. Madam Chair, can I be allowed to finish up? The legislature authorized you $100 million line of credit. And people of the Virgin Islands, $100 million line of credit might sound like a lot. But when you're talking about $10 billion, they only have less than 1% line of credit. So is that sufficient? I mean, you could work with Nathan Simmons. He will come up. He's a genius in solving it. But we want to get those things moved, because, based on what we're going here, we're going to be here till 2046.
And we understand that. We remember now, because of the cost share, we need to put these homes in construction, and almost homes stuck in Envision. We need to have these projects done by 2034. So we don't have the luxury once the cost share reverts back to the 90-10. And I already work with Mr. Simmons. I have the benefit of doing that. But those payments, the FEMA payments, we've streamlined it so we can make payments timely. The line of credit comes into place when there's issues with FEMA and issues so we could keep the project going, and that's how we've been utilizing it. And Archer Watlington Francis and her team make sure that we get the line of credit replenished as soon as possible so that we could keep more of it open to keep the projects moving.
Yes.
So there has work in the legislature. I mean, I've testified before that that authorization has been tremendous in order for us to move these projects to the point that it is today.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. Yes. One final question. Okay, Mr. Simmons, I want to get back to you, right? Who is the higher generator now, Crucian Rum or Diageo? And is there a possibility, because this is gold, getting a check from the Treasury Department is the best check in the world because that's backed by the full faith and credit of the United States. Is there a possibility, have you looked into the possibility of us adding additional capacity for the rum refinery? Because that's federal money, that's grade AAA.
Senator, yes, we are continuously looking at additional producers to try to entice them to operate in the Virgin Islands. Currently, of the two producers that we have, Diageo is the larger.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, for being so gracious. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. I'm glad that you brought it up because I was going to ask about the two producers that we currently have. Is there any conversation around them increasing their production? They do have the capacity in their space capacity, so what's that discussion? Is there any true discussion and consideration for increased capacity?
Madam Chair, we have those discussions on a continuous basis, and we have an annual meeting with the producers. As a matter of fact, it's scheduled for sometime, hopefully later this month or early, not later this month, or sometime next month. But sales of spirits, in particular rum, has slowed, and so we need to understand and try to work with the producers to figure out new marketing strategies to try to increase sales. The producers are just as anxious as we are to increase sales and production, but increasing production and not having sales generated doesn't do any of us any good. But we certainly scheduled to have another conversation in the next few weeks about how we increase our marketing and generate some additional sales.
And I'm glad you brought it up. So share with us, because I think it's important information for the community, the production numbers for last fiscal year. What is it, production numbers on a calendar year or fiscal year?
Fiscal year.
It's on a fiscal year. So do you have before with you today? Because we want to see, because we're seeing the numbers outside of the fact that we are not at the 1325, we are also challenged with production numbers. So do you have information with you today that you can share with us, let's say over a 3-year period, the last 3 years, with regards to the production numbers?
The last year I have 22 million proof gallons was the projection that the advance was based on for 2024. We expect that it's going to be lower this year because, as I said, sales have slowed for rum products. So we expect that that's going to be somewhat lower for this fiscal year.
So are you seeing it progressively lower? Because we're seeing the dollar amount lower, but I'm suspecting that it's not only because of the 1325 reduction.
Right.
It's also because of a reduction in the proof gallon. So if you don't have that in front of you today, because I know it's an advance pay, then you got treetop,
Right.
etc. So can you forward back to the committee, let's say 5 years? Could you give us a report on the past 5 years on the
Advanced
proof
versus
gallon?
actual?
The actuals.
Yes.
Because that will give us a perspective as to really what's happening. Because the discussion is an important discussion, because I agree with you that if we are seeing this reduction, we should not wait until it becomes a true crisis and only focus on the fact that we are still at the 1050?
We are, yes.
Right? But we also need to focus on how do we improve or increase the proof gallons.
That we sell.
The sale, that's the word, the sale. So that's very important to this whole process, because we are heavily dependent on this, on these excise taxes. So it's critical, mission critical. All right, Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Pleasant good afternoon to everyone and all the people of the Virgin Islands, and especially the people at ODR, staff at ODR. You're doing a really Herculean job with the recovery, and we really commend you for that, as well as the people who have the big bucks, the PFA, Public Finance Authority. They have some really ingenious people there working, and I know several of them, so I know you're hardworking also. And we can really count on you to see returns. I had a question regarding the bond proceeds and the funds, Mr. Simmons, that is held in the Bank of New York. You mentioned that there are bond proceeds that are held there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't indicate what is the interest that is being earned on those bond proceeds. Could you kindly indicate that for us, and the amount?
The funds are invested in various investment instruments, and the yield differ by the type of investment, whether it's a treasury bond or money market. I can tell you the average yield,
Okay.
what that was.
Okay, so I just one moment for me. I was looking at the bonds from, I think is the gross receipts taxes. So is that diverse to invested in both money market as well as regular investment, or not?
The bond proceeds, both the gross receipts tax bonds and the Garvey bonds, the proceeds are held by the Bank of New York and are invested by our investment firm, which is Causey, Demgen and Moore. So yes, the funds are invested in various investment instruments. They're not sitting in a bank account earning interest. They're generating.
They're reinvested.
The accrual.
They're accrued and then they're
Right.
reinvested.
So you don't actually get it until the investment matures. So
what I would like through the chair is if you could provide us a breakdown of that. It is government money, as well as the maturity date for those investments, so we could have a good idea of how much money we have out there. I also wanted to focus also relative to the line of credit that this body authorized, and I noted, Mr. Simmons, that Ernst & Young has been tapped as the turnaround management company. However, I understand that Ernst & Young has for WAPA, the turnaround management company for WAPA. But I understand that they also have contracts with the Water and Power Authority. And when the legislature, in its wisdom, authorized the line of credit, we did put in there a stipulation that goes back to Act number 8471, and it states that the turnaround company should not have any should not have had any type of operation, should not have had any previous relationship within the last 5 years with the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, its governing body, or any member of the executive leadership team. Are you aware of that? Was your team aware of that in this election?
Attorney Farrington will respond.
Good day, Senator.
Media, kindly recognize Attorney Farrington. How are you doing today, Attorney
Hi.
Farrington?
Good day, Senator.
Good.
Yes, that issue came up. EY is a global conglomerate that has hundreds of separate legal entities doing business as whether affiliate or members of the EY entity. The EY, and we are aware that EY has arrangements with WAPA, but the entity that was selected for this particular engagement is not that EY entity. It's a separate and distinct legal EY entity. So, the section that you're referring to, it isn't specific. It says an entity. It should not be an engagement with an entity that's, as I think it says, doing business or has a relationship, rather, with the Water and Power Authority.
Enough said, because you said it's a separate and legal entity.
Correct.
Okay, so enough said. If they're separated, it's good enough for me. I just wanted to make sure that we have it on the record that this is not a EY entity that is doing business, that has done business with WAPA. Correct?
Correct. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So that's good for that level of clarification. I also wanted to ask, and maybe you, Attorney Farrington, again, the legislature, in our wisdom, in the same act, we ask that we get detailed accounting report on all activities conducted with the proceeds of the line of credit from the PFA, including a description of the purpose for which the funds were used. That's why I'm asking the questions of ODR, because at least I haven't seen it. And these reports were to be submitted 10 days after the end of every second and fourth quarter, beginning with the second quarter of calendar year 2023. Are you aware of this? This is in Act 8701, Attorney Farrington.
Yes, and if we were remiss in that, we will.
You're very
have that-
remiss. You're derelict.
We will have that correct.
Yes, you're derelict in it. Very so, because now we are missing all of these. When we, Madam Chair, may I? When we put forward these pieces of legislation, it is for that purpose. It's similar to your grant requirements that you have. It should be respected and it should be acted upon. So, Mr. Simmons, I need to ask from you, now that this has been brought to your attention, when can we anticipate a report, a detailed report, sir?
Director Actalin will respond to that.
Senator, report on the line of credit. expenditures?
Yes, a detailed report on the line, including a description of the purpose for which each funds was used.
Oh, yes,
So-
that will be part of, I think we committed to sending that to the chair. But formally, we want to make sure I understand that.
Okay, so it should be, I don't know you could use a format that I gave you previously with my point of information, but we need to have it back from the beginning.
Okay.
The inception, okay? That would be good. And so when can we anticipate receiving that through the chair?
By Friday of this week.
Thank you kindly. Madam Chair, I do have one other burning question I would like to ask. I also had an opportunity to review your budget. I have to say I really liked looking at it, but I couldn't wrap my mind over, I just want to see the budget for the general fund expenditures, not for the bond proceeds and the like. Which expenditures hit those general funds? Because it looks like you have everything together. And I couldn't also wrap my mind around it, and maybe you could explain it, Ms. Williams-Actolin, regarding the indirect costs. That's coming. That's something I always ask, because I'm not seeing it, at least I didn't see it in the documentation. I had a chance to look it over to see those costs, because we had some questions from Vitima. I asked them that too, but I know you can't just spend indirect costs on things that you may not have had monies readily to spend for. It should be something that is not directly associated with your program, like your internet, comment, or accounting. So can you tell us how much indirect cost you are you looking at? Are you projecting? And could we get that breaking down in your budget to us?
So the administrative costs, I know you use the term indirect costs, but each one of these grants has a different terminology on how the administrative sources, and they give guidelines on how it's expended. So what we do is a percentage of those costs that's relative to that particular grant, it's that we charge it back to the grant. So it's percentages. And for some of that, the budget last year, we had the appropriation of 2.5 million. There's percentages of the salaries, percentages of the office space, all of that. We share space, so there's percentages that's charged back on the federal side, and the same thing on the local side as well. And then if there are costs that are not easily attributed to any of these projects, then those amounts are charged to the local funds. For instance, we have the Head Start grants that we manage. There's not enough administrative costs or indirect costs in there for all the people that support that project. So that will come from, we will charge that back to the appropriation, the funds that we get from the appropriation.
And you have a plan that you have already gotten approval for?
Yes.
I've been asking for that plan since 2 years, because it's your cost allocation plan, or your indirect cost allocation or administrative plan, so do you have that plan that is approved?
You have one from each program? Yes, we have that for each program.
Okay, I would be really grateful if you could send it through the chair for that. Thank you so kindly, and thank you so much for your responses. And Madam Chair, I really want to thank you for your patience and your leniency. Thank you.
So, Director Actolin, based on the line of questioning from the previous speaker, the projects that come online annually, that's how you calculate. So are you saying that let's just say FEMA, let's just use FEMA as an example. Each FEMA-related project has a different percentage associated with admin costs?
It is structured differently. For instance, PA, public assistance, there's 5% for each project and 7%. And
5% and 7%?
5%, the 5% cost is direct project cost, and the 7% is admin management fees for the grantee, for the expenders of the funds. That's ODR. So there's a separate part.
5%?
5% goes to this sub-recipients. So let's
Which is
say,
the direct department?
correct, yes.
And then
7% goes to the grantee, which would be the program to administer the program.
Okay, good. So each year, you look at those projects that should be coming online, and you are based on those projects that you're projecting to come online successfully. You do those calculations, right?
Yes. FEMA.
Wait, hold up. You do those calculations. And that's how you determine what will hit your budget. What will hit your budget for use for that particular year? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, so then what you need to be providing to the committee is what are those projects, or, I mean, you don't have to be specific about the projects for the sake of this conversation, but you need to be specific as to, of this X million dollars, this is the amount that will be used for your budget for fiscal year 25, because we need the picture that we have is not clear. So some is 2%, some is 7%. You have to put them in buckets. So
it is all the projects. It's always all the projects, because if the project is not moving, if the project is not moving, we're still charging time to get the project moving. If
Okay,
it's
fine.
not obligated, so it's all the projects. So what happens is that they create the overall program budget of the salaries for everyone, the activity, and this is the amount. There's mostly salaries and office space,
Fine.
static costs. So that's why we project and see how much staffing and what those static costs are, and then project it on the budget. If there's increases, then we modify the budget, and it goes back through the Office of Management and Budget and get additional funds.
I understand what you're saying, but again, we would need a picture of what you are talking about.
Okay.
So we could clearly see how these calculations are coming about to determine, because last year you asked for 5 million, we gave you 2.5. You see what I'm saying? You asked for 4, we gave 2.5, because that's what we could give. But if, we have to see the picture. That's the issue. We are unable to see the information. You're giving us, this is what your need is, but how are you calculating off the admin of these grants, the admin fees of these grants? We want a better picture. You have to be able to provide something that is a little more transparent. That's the word that we can utilize. Okay. And then following on with that will be the breakdown of, because the ask that you have, these positions are budgeted at the full FTE?
Yes.
Okay, so that's another thing. All the positions are not going to come online in the first month of the fiscal year. So that's another thing that you need to go back and consider, that your FTEs, you have to budget them at percentages, whether it be 75% or 50% or whatever that is. You need to give a more realistic number.
Yes.
You see?
Yes. So the programs, all of the program positions are 100%. The ODR staff positions, their percentages that we expect. So we can provide that picture so we can.
That's not what I mean. That's not what I mean. I'm referring to when I'm talking about the vacancies.
Okay, understood.
Sorry, I missed to say that word. The
Yes.
vacancies.
Understood.
Yes. Okay. All right. Let me ask you. Did I ask you a question about the tobacco already? The tobacco settlement?
No.
Okay. So I have my notes here. Did we generate the tobacco settlement? Was about what, $50 million? 60 to 60.
Mrs. Cole, she's there.
Well, I don't really need to know the amount, but right off the cuff, if you have it, that's fine. But were there any investments? Did we do any investment on the tobacco funds? Were there any interest paid out?
No, we do not do any investments on the tobacco bonds.
So the funds just sit in the bank? Was there a requirement that, or a restriction for investment on the tobacco funds?
Well, those funds were spent quickly. Right now, we only have about, we only have 1.5 million remaining from the 2000.
That was not quickly. I remember when I worked at the Department of Justice in 2005, 4. That's when that settlement. When was that settlement? That was in the 90s, actually.
2001 and 2006.
Right, and we still have $1 million. So I'm asking. So we just put the money. The money was just sitting in the bank for all that time.
Well, the majority of, I'm sorry.
Mr. Simmons?
The majority of the funds was spent quickly. Remember, the funds
Say
were
that again.
basically.
Say that again.
The majority of the funds was spent for the cardiac center in St. Croix and the Kimelman Center in St. Thomas. So those funds were spent quickly. And there's some smaller funding for the Department of Health, of which you still have some remaining.
So you got $1 million and change.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm still gonna ask the question. There is no investment around that?
Apparently they were not.
So we just sitting on $1 million and change dollars right now with no opportunity to make $1 of interest? How does that get to be okay? That's what I'm asking. Is there in the agreement some sort of a restriction around those dollars?
We'll have to check the agreement. I don't know how it was set up at that time, but they are not invested now.
Yeah, that's a bit concerning because that's also, you manage those funds. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, we do.
I'm trying to figure out how we could carve out money.
Right, and one of the things that we were looking at, Senator, in all fairness, is just that we have not moved fast enough on some of these issues, but we're looking at all the funds that we have locally that we need to put in some sort of investment. I mean, they're sitting in the bank and they're earning, what is it, a half
Please,
of 1%?
and thank you.
A half of 1%.
How?
We have talked about this and we just have not put the program together, but we will do it.
You sound like me. You ain't got time, make the time. This is an important matter.
Yes.
Because, to Senator DeGraff's point, if you are able to do that, then you lost the funding for the, help me out here, the excise taxes, right?
Yeah.
So now you have to seek out, so we spoil you. We just say, hey, you lose it to take this.
But,
no.
As I explained to the board when we made our budget presentation to the board, one position that I have there is for an investment manager. So we need to have somebody that can dedicate this time to managing the investment in-house. Our investments with the trustee are managed by an outside firm.
Why do you need a full-time person to do that, though? You need to
if
put
you got $20 million that you want to invest, you want to make sure
you
that
need to invest that. You need to get a contract with a security company and do it that way. That is
the concern with that. We've explored that option with our current investment advisory firm.
Mm-hmm.
The problem with that is that these monies are sitting in local banks, so we would have to figure out a way to get those funds to the trustee.
But they had the 200
it is hard.
million.
The trustee is not going to just take those funds unless they're associated with a bond proceeds. But
Yes, but I'm saying there must be a workaround for us to do this.
I'm
for
sure.
us to say that we have money sitting in a bank that how much interest these banks are give?
Half of 1%.
$13. I mean, we don't have the luxury of.
I agree, Senator. We will focus on doing that. We've talked about it, but we just haven't put the program together. But we will.
Yeah, we got to move away from the talk. This is very serious because you know that, I mean, Director Octolin is part of the financial team, and I'm sure you'd hear the conversations in your role that, you know, we have financial challenges. So wherever we could generate additional revenues, that's what we should be focusing on. That should be our primary focus in entities like yours. Well, how did you pay for the turnaround company? What funding source did you use?
The administration has committed to funding that. I'm not sure from what source.
You let in a contract and you know what source you pay?
We have not let the contract yet. We're just negotiating a contract now, but we would have the funds by the time we're ready to let the contract.
You're part of the financial team, Director Octolin. Where the money coming from?
I believe the former director of OMB was very clear on where the funding would come from. However, I'm just not privy to exactly where.
Okay, so we gotta go find out because I'm trying to figure it out because we know that they had money, so that's why we didn't appropriate no money for it. Because, you know, we would hear that, oh, the legislation appropriate no money, but, you know, we have investment opportunities that we're losing. There's so much that we're losing. So we try and force your hand to do these things. That's why we did not appropriate any money for this. Senators, we have not exhausted our questions, I'm certain. So I'm going to, let me see. I see my colleague, Senator Fonseca. Do you have a burning question? You may proceed, Senator Fonseca.
So, Adrian, I wanted to get back to you, right? Okay, the Katrina Bird project is funded and it's in the design phase, you said, right?
You're talking about the school,
Yeah,
correct?
St. John, yeah.
Yes, the bridging documents have been done already for the school. We're just getting ready to put it out to bid. It's going to be a design build or a progressive design build project.
Okay, let's go back to I think the completion for the Charlotte Kimmelman is when is it? 25?
25, yeah.
25. Okay. Now, I heard a discussion that they were going to get a new X-ray machine, the latest. I don't know what the name. I can't remember. A CAT, something like that. Are they going to be installing those new machines? Is that funded in the project, or that's not
So
included?
there's a contents PW for the equipment that they will be utilizing to furnish the center.
Okay, so once the center is finished, the machines are included.
Yes, there's a contents project, and typically they don't wait until it's finished, you know, because some of these need to be actually installed to ensure completion. So Executive Director Smalls is also working to ensure that all of the long lead items are procured so that when the project is finished, that timeline includes the contents.
Okay, so I just want to be clear. So then Benta is a contractor, and Darrell Smalls and them is who going to be purchasing the equipment, or is that a separate contractor?
So the procurement for some of these equipment may be done outside of the contract with Benton Construction. They have the flexibility to be able to do that, and which is most expedient for the project.
Okay, and then I don't know if you know this, but since we've had the issue with the director leaving, Wang Louis, it's my understanding and verified for me that with the heart machines, all of the machines we had for the cardiac center, that those machines have not been used for years and they're now basically junk and will have to be replaced. Is that the status?
I'm sorry, I don't have the knowledge on that issue to be able to speak intelligently.
Okay. Where were they purchased for in the beginning? Did we use DSR funds, or that was government funds?
Cardiac center?
Yeah.
I believe the cardiac center, not sure. I'm not sure what the cardiac center's funding was. That's been some years.
Okay. And so either way, the Wang Louis modular.
Tobacco settlement, okay.
Okay. So either way, the equipment that we have in the Wang Louis modular now, right? We have a CAT scan, I think it's 60 slices. We got those incubators. We got that nice operating room. The new Wang Louis hospital, will they get new equipment or they'll reuse that?
There's new equipment. The whole approach is to be able to bring the facility to industry standards. So that's new equipment. A lot of the equipment that was in Wang F. Louis, they were in conditions with mold and outdated. So that is not the intent to reuse.
No, but what I'm saying is that the modular, Wang Louis modular have all brand new equipment. I saw a 500,000 operating room set up and stuff. In the new Wang Louis, we're going to have new equipment.
Yeah, there is a contents PW also for Wang F. Louis.
Well, sir, Papa, see money.
So there's, however, there's certain things line for line, but there's the opportunity for us to get new equipment.
Okay, but so then, because those equipment, even though they won't be brand new, they'll only be a couple years old, you're going to donate them to the clinic. So how are you going to do with those? Those are good, expensive equipment.
So there's disposition policy with FEMA that has some percentages that we may have to be able to provide to be able to keep the equipment for temporary.
Okay.
So those things have to be considered in the decisions as to what will be the outcome of any of our project equipment that was done with the temporary projects.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Senator Francis, Senator DeGraff, your burning question, I don't think you'll have to put minutes on it, but go ahead.
Yeah, thank you,
Proceed.
Madam Chair. Just basically two regarding to Port Hamilton. Port Hamilton owes any money to the government of Verona?
Not at this time, Senator.
Okay. And VINGN, I know you mentioned that they had a loan, and you say you were going into a meeting. What was the outcome as to regarding VINGN and paying this loan?
We've had a preliminary discussion with VINGN regarding the loan, and we're doing some research to understand exactly what came about. The preliminary research that we've uncovered so far indicates that at some point back in the mid 2008 or somewhere around there, VINGN asked the PFA how they should treat these funds on their financials, and the PFA board passed a resolution that said that they would be considered as a loan with the option.
Option to forgive.
The option to convert to
$1 equity.
To equity. Option to convert to equity. So we're looking at that, and we need to understand what the rationale was and what the thinking was, and see how we would want to proceed. VINGN clearly does not have the ability to repay this. So the resolution that was adopted by the board clearly says that it could be considered as a loan with the option to convert to equity. So that's an option that the PFA could consider.
So would it be tangible that the general fund have to end up paying it? Coming out of general fund to be paid?
Well, it has been paid. It is being paid from the gross receipts taxes. So that's the source of the payment on the debt.
Okay. So it's being paid. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So I definitely look at that very differently. One of the things that I'm going to ask y'all to do is ask the archive division to look for the transcript when that particular bond was approved by the legislature. That's one step. And two, I don't know that the Public Finance Authority, unless it is clear in the legislation or clear in the intent in the discussion at this institution, that the PFA can make those decisions, because these are gross receipt funds. These funds are funds that belong to the people, and we said we're going to allow you a portion of those funds for this particular project. But a PFA does not decide how we execute our gross receipt dollars unless it's approved by the institution. Do you agree?
Well, I would agree, but the thing of it is that the law does not say that the monies are to be provided to the VINGN as a loan. The law just authorizes the issuance of the bonds for the broadband project.
Okay, so
it
then
doesn't say it's a loan, and
then it's not a loan.
So that's the thing. So we're still doing the research to understand exactly how this thing goes and why there was some concern that this should be treated as a loan at some point. I don't know what was going on back then and why that came up.
So again, in order to get a clear reference, you need to get a transcript from the legislature. Because while the legislation may not have said that clearly, you have to read the discussion that occurred on the floor to determine what the intent was.
We can ask for the.
You see what I'm saying?
We can look for the transcript.
So, and then the other question, I'm happy that Senator DeGraff brought it up, is are their audits up to date? Because at some point, you are the parent company for VINGN, correct?
Yes.
So is there a process where you review their financials to determine, their financial health, to determine areas that they can reduce costs, etc.? Is there a exercise that occurs around the Virgin Islands Next Generation Network and PFA?
Their financials are done at the same time as ours. The RFP that we issue for added services includes VINGN and WICO, so it's done at the same time. In terms of a review of the operating, they provide a quarterly report to the PFA board that covers their operations, their financials, and everything.
And who approves their budget? The board, the PFA board?
Their board. They have a board.
So what is your oversight with their budget, with what they're proposing to expend on an annual basis, especially since, because the VINGN is good for telling us we are an independent instrumentality, so we don't have to answer question X and question Y, but we need to remind them that the gross receipt taxes of this territory is covering the standing up of VINGN. So they need to be reminded of that. The questions that we ask need to be asked and answered. They're utilizing the taxes of the people of the Virgin Islands. Please remind them of that.
We will, Senator.
Okay. Senator Francis Jr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just two quick points. Mr. Simmons, do you have any pending judgment, litigation, court order, or anything in regards to any financial pending matters that this body or this committee should be aware of?
No, Senator.
Okay. Also, thank you for that. In your testimony on page 8, you spoke about the capital projects, and you talk about the $76.8 million that had been unexpended, and then you went on to talk about in fiscal year 23, 9.2 was spent, and in 24, 4.2 was expended. What's happening in the case of the remaining unexpended funds? Have you given these agencies a timeline? Is there an opportunity for this money to be reprogrammed, to be better utilized, or what's happening in terms of the discussions with these various agencies regarding these unexpended funding?
Yeah, Senator, every month we provide the departments and agencies with the amount of the unexpended balances and ask them to provide any updates on the efforts to spend these funds. And the governor regularly meets with the departments and agencies regarding these monies. And if there are any opportunities for reprogram, the administration would usually pull whatever monies that determined need to be reprogrammed. So it's an ongoing process, and quite frankly, it has improved substantially in the last couple of years. They've started to really spend. First, with education, if you notice that the amount of monies that they currently have outstanding has been substantially reduced over the last couple of years. The next big one, of course, is DPW, and Ms. Nicholas has indicated that they're going to be spending some of that.
So I'm just wondering, when is the big stick or the big hammer going to be dropped on this particular issue? Because we all aware of some of these projects that's occurring and the lack thereof. I think it's so critical that we have a definitive time to really improve the conditions around here. Here it is that we have the funding in which to do so, and at some point the talk has to stop, and there must be some mandates, whether it comes from the governor's level or what, to address this particular issue. I mean, I've been around here for quite some time, and we keep hearing, well, there have been some improvement. We still have a lion's share of $76 million that's unexpended. So I'm hoping that at least some point we could hear that there will be a more drastic measure being taken to expend these fundings.
Yeah, Senator,
Thank you very much.
we do have to also, give credence to the fact that the departments have been moving expeditiously lately, and that 76.8 is buoyed by the $17 million that was recently authorized. That's included in that, and that's a recent addition. And then you've got like $6 million or so for the Paulie Joseph Stadium project that's ongoing and is being utilized, but it still has a substantial amounts left. So there are projects that are being spent that have substantial balances also. So,
so let me ask you, when did we receive these monies, Mr. Simmons?
Oh, these monies.
These are 19, early 2000 bonding proceeds, correct?
Yes, but a lot of it has been reprogrammed from its original purpose. So even though it may be a 2014 bond, it may have been reprogrammed in 2016 or 2018. So I understand your point, and I agree that the departments need to do better. I just wanted to make the point that there has been an effort lately to expend those dollars.
Okay, so I give them a C for that, and I'm just hoping that we can work towards a A. Thank you.
You're a
Mr.
tough
Simmons.
teacher, man.
I have to agree with my colleague. We've been having this conversation, it seems like forever. And I think, we probably need to use our oversight to call a committee of the whole on these projects. These that are tied to the bond proceeds, because it's time. It's time that we figure out what's going on, because if there's an opportunity to reprogram these funds, then we should be getting from these agencies. Look, we don't need the money. I see there's some money there for Department of Health. I think under the tobacco settlement, if I'm not mistaken. Health is...
Charles Howard, they've started to spend some of that money.
So
that's on the... That's being utilized with the Charles Howard project.
So that's what I was going to ask you. That's why I brought it up. So that's being utilized with the Charles Howard project.
That's correct.
So you're using that to fill the gap.
Yes.
Okay, good. Golly, I had a question. Oh, I know what it is. The concession fee for the Lime Tree terminals. I see that there's an increase this year, a projected increase. First of all, are you going to generate the 11 million for FY24? That's what was budgeted for. That's what we use as our revenue projections to build our 24 budget. And in 25, we see that that number has increased by $1 million, so it's now 12 million.
So what Ocean Point has been doing is paying the minimum quarterly, which is 1 point.
So yeah, all right.
It's 7 million annually for the minimum, and then do a true up at the end of the year, and then make that adjustment at the end of the year. So while it probably will not come in for the fiscal year, there'll be a true up later on that will account for it.
Yeah, but see, that's a challenge that we have because the projections, we utilize the other revenues to build the budget. So, for instance, in FY24, like I said, the budget was built on 11 million. So that's it's revenues, and then we'd transfer it out to the general fund.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So if we would need to have better, more realistic numbers within that fiscal year. So, I mean, when does the true-up occur?
December.
So it's an annual.
It's an annual. They pay on an annual basis.
So you see the challenge that we have here? So if it's being paid on an annual basis, then we need to prorate it and treat it. So we need to be subtracting 3 months from this. At least we're going to get on a rhythm. Don't misunderstand me. At some point we'll get on the rhythm, but we're not on the rhythm now. Meaning the rhythm of the annual year. So if we are more realistic with how we are projecting it, then for 26, so we're on 25 now, or 24, if we project it out to the September, then we should see what that more realistic number is and then get on the rhythm for 2025. That makes sense?
We'll go back and take a look at the 24 payments for fiscal year versus calendar year, and then send you an updated projection based on the payments that we expect them to be made, which would be the minimum payment, and then when that true up comes in, because the true up then will be due by the following March. So that would impact then on the 26th.
Correct.
Amount.
Yes,
So
you
then-
see?
yeah.
So how we have the numbers here, how it's been sent down by the Office of Management and Budget isn't really a true picture.
No,
of
we'll
what's
go back and redo those and
Yeah.
provide the committee with that.
Yeah, what's generated within that fiscal year.
Right. Because the numbers are going to equal out, but it doesn't come in that way.
So you see the long hours sitting next to your desk with my mouth push up, PR? Okay, all right. Senator Joseph.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I want to follow up on that question because I looked at page 10 of your discussion. This will be the second to last bullet. You indicated that on April 30th, 2024, Upton would show up plus interest fiscal year 2023 variable terminal payments. April 30th has passed. What is a true up plus the interest? Mr. Simmons?
I have to get you that information.
Okay, through the chair, kindly provide that information because that means that we have money coming in from a previous fiscal year, and it leads to what the point the chair was making, that we didn't get that money in that current fiscal year. I want to also ask you a question relative to your audits. I noted in your accomplishments, you said that you're going to be having, sending out for bid some a request for auditors, correct?
We already sent out the RFP for audit services.
Okay, and so have you gotten, what's your time frame to get responses?
Good afternoon, Senator. We've already received 4 responses. The selection committee will be meeting this week to conclude next week a selection.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Chair. Those are my only questions.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. The hotel development program, do we have an opportunity for hotels that are already online to participate in the hotel development program for their potential economic recovery? For instance, I know that the RC hotels, the Ritz-Carlton is online, as well as the Western Beach Resort, and the Morningstar Bowie House. But we have the Westin on St. John, and we have hotels also on St. Croix. They are in line for any potential disaster, etc. as well. So are we extending this opportunity to these hotels as well?
The program is available to any hotel that meets the criteria, I believe, for new construction or for renovation. If it's 50% or more damage, you get a certain percentage. If it's 30% or more damage. So the program is under the EDA. The PFA's role in that is only to set up the trust fund to accommodate the payments. But the program is run by the EDA.
Okay, so when they come here, we'll ask them. And you are correct. So let's now talk quickly about the excise taxes that we should see this year, and how does that impact the government employees retirement system payments that will come due on, just remind me.
October 1?
October, yes.
We anticipate we know that the cover over rate remains at the 10.50 per proof gallon. We have received the final estimates from companies as to what they expect their sales to be for fiscal year 2025, and we need to review that and have those conversations and see what that is going to do in terms of our projections. We anticipate is going to be lower than last year's. So we would expect that the shortfall for the GRS will be quite a bit higher than the shortfall was for 2024. For 2024, the shortfall was $34 million.
Say that again.
For 2024, it was $34 million shortfall.
And how do we fill that delta? At least a portion of it?
We did not fill it.
We filled it the year before.
We filled it the year before.
Okay, right.
We didn't fill it last year, and we expect that it's going to be even higher this year. But as I've said before, these funds remain owed to the GRS, so it's not that they're going to lose it. As soon as the cover over rates go up and we start seeing the increased cover over revenue, they'll be made whole. But
we pray. We pray. I don't know that we could speak definitively.
I think we're fairly, the discontent in Congress is not about the cover over. And from everyone we've spoken to in the Congress, there is no real objection to the cover over. It's just that, it's caught up in the dysfunction.
Don't tell them get a tax bill quick so we can get it done.
Yeah.
Because this is not only impacting girls, but it's impacting the fact that we move some funds to our general fund. I mean, we may not have the opportunity to recover that, but we never know.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Yeah. So, this is such an important part of the work that we do here as legislators and extend it out to the community. So, I am looking forward to seeing this matter resolved. Okay, I think that I have exhausted all of my questions for today. We're just going to ask that, you guys sent us a budget, but it's like too much information. Just break it down for us by the categories for fiscal year 25 and year 24 versus year 25, and what are your professional service contracts? Those types of information we're going to need.
We send the list of contracts.
Okay, you send them?
Yes.
Okay, you sent them? All right, so let me just go back very quickly through the chair request. We more than likely will be sending you a letter, but just to remind you, the breakdown of your categories that I just asked, your budget categories for both years, FY 24, 25. I think someone asked for the update on the Garvey bonds. I'm not sure what that request was. Update on the Garvey bonds.
Oh, Senator Francis has a question about whether there was capacity to borrow under additional Garvey, but as I said, the Garvey bonds based on the available highway revenue, and I can't speak to that.
Yeah, that's for DPW. And then the report, which is part of the law. So while you may send it to this committee initially, you have to get back on the rhythm with regards to the line of credit. There is a responsibility in the code for just let me ask, because I think you mentioned OMB is to provide that information, but who actually managed the line of credit?
ODR manages a line of credit, but the approval process goes through OMB to PFA.
I love red tape, buddy. That's why thing no move. Everybody want to touch the thing. So the report of the expenditures. So you have a dashboard?
Yes.
Okay,
we have a dash. We can provide that very easily.
Yeah, if you have a dashboard,
we can. That's not a problem at all.
The law is clear. That report needs to come back to the legislature. I don't know exactly. I think Senator Joseph had the information as to how often it's to be provided. It's just go back to 8701.
Yes.
And try to get back on the rhythm, but go ahead and send it to this committee for the first, and then get back on the rhythm.
Will do.
And then I asked for the 5-year report on the proof gallon sales retroactively, just so we could have an idea as to, how things are really looking, because we have to know whether or not we need to make some adjustments on other things. I think this was provided already. I think that this is easy, the breakdown of the bonds and the maturity date of all. I think somebody asked that. That's not in the information you have attached. I think that's in the budget book. The bonds.
I think they were asking about the investments.
And the maturity date of the investments.
Yeah.
Okay, the breakdown of the allocation plan specific of the project. I guess that's for. Okay, that's how we're trying to figure out how you come about your budget. So we probably need to reward this run. And then your clear amount of vacancies, and you need to really think about how you. So for your vacancies, this is for ODR specific, proper, you can, budgeting your vacancies at 100% isn't something that we could agree on right now. So we need to be more realistic as it relates to, when individuals will come on, whether it be 50%, 75% for some, etc. So you kind of prioritize them. Okay? And then somebody asked about the Ocean Point Terminal true up plus interest for FY23 variable terminal payments. Is that a realistic ask?
Yes,
Okay.
we could get the, that would be included in the report that we would do for you,
Okay.
showing the projection.
Okay, perfect. So we look forward to getting that information. You should receive correspondence requesting it, but don't wait for the letter. Just begin to provide the information, because what happens is we don't want to pack everything in as we get closer to the end of the budget cycle. We intend to wrap up our budget by the end of August. Yeah. Okay? That's the intent here. I mean, you have life changes and things that happen, but that's the rhythm that we want to be on. So we need to get the information as soon as possible. Okay. I'm going to ask both the ODR director and Mr. Simmons to give a 30-second close. So we're going to start with the ODR director, and then we're going to go to Director Simmons.
And Madam Chair and another senators present, thank you so much for the opportunity to present our budget today. I mean, we're really focused on pushing the recovery forward with Rebuild USVI, and also pushing to get the CDBG DR funds moving and getting us back on track with our expenditures. We are very close to meeting our projections this year that we projected last year, and we track that regularly because we are serious about our commitment to the revenues of this territory. Thank you so much. Thank you to my team. I must always shout out my Autobots. They always step up, and they take this to heart, and I appreciate all of you. Thank you so much for being who you are and a commitment to this territory.
Yeah. Mr. Simmons?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, committee, for your questions. And hopefully we've provided you with all the information, or we will provide additional information as requested to enable you to provide the allocation that we've requested. I want to say thanks also to the PFA staff. Been a humongous task getting everything ready, but we did it, and we were able to provide the information. I want to take this time also to thank the board for approving the budget that we requested and for allowing us to be able to present to you here today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you for your presentation before us today, and thank you for your candor. And again, our job is to do the best that we can to accommodate your needs, but in order to do that, we need to get the information that we requested, and I'm sure that we're going to get it. Let me just take this opportunity to wish Senator Carla J. Joseph happy birthday tomorrow. Oh. So happy birthday, Senator Joseph. I hope
Happy birthday.
Yes, I pray that you have a long life, good health, and good strength, and the tenacity to continue the work that you're doing here in the legislature. So happy birthday to you. I also want to take this opportunity to thank my colleagues who are here with us today. This was supposed to be a short day, but these are critical agencies. As small as they are, they're very critical to the work that we do. So I want to thank my colleagues for being here, as well as the folks in media, stenographers, legal counsel, post audit, and of course, my staff, who's just always in the paint, and an absolutely awesome group. So again, thank you, and we will be in touch if we need to ask you any additional questions. The committee and again, I guess I have to wish folks happy Juneteenth. That's tomorrow, so happy Juneteenth to everyone. Use the day wisely.
Happy holiday.
Happy holiday, yes. The Committee on Budget Appropriations and Finance of today is hereby adjourned.
You take Sandy?